for taking a seat. Just a reminder that you're all very welcome tonight. And just for those of you present, just to advise that this is a public meeting and it will be recorded and published to the council's website in about 48 hours after the conclusion of tonight's meeting, and it will remain on the council's website. Audio and vision of any people making deputation and visions of persons present in the gallery will be captured in the recording. And also, please remind all of you in the gallery that you are not to take photos or transcript. It will be available on the website. A special welcome to you all. We're really pleased to see you here. Just to remind you that we would like to conduct business in an open and transparent way, and therefore people in the gallery here tonight, just to remind you, are here to watch the proceedings and you are unable to participate in the meeting, except for those, of course, who have joining us tonight to give a deputation. And I would like to note that we have no apologies and no leave of absence for this evening, and invite all our elected members to stand to take tonight's pledge. And you may join us as well to stand, but for elected members, here we go. We recognise this city's considerable natural and cultural heritage, including thousands of years of traditional ownership by Ghana, and the more recent contribution from people either born here or who have migrated here, as we meet together to build on this heritage by respecting and listening to each other, thinking clearly, being receptive to new ideas, speaking honestly, and deciding wisely for the current and future well-being of those we serve. Thanks, everyone. And we need to begin with the confirmation of the minutes. And so that the minutes of the proceedings of the council meeting held on the 20th of June, 2023. Do I have someone to move those? And can we move them both together? The special one and the special council meeting, Councillor Themeliotis.
Moved as written, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Fisher.
Seconded as written.
Thank you. Any comments? All in favour? Thank you. The motion is carried. The next item is the adjourned business. And just for a reminder to all of us that this item was adjourned back in April, pending a workshop which was held last month on the 22nd of June. And we actually it's like time has stood still. And so we just pick up exactly where we left off. So for those of you who are following in your written digital copies, it's page 7. And this item was moved by Councillor Stafford and seconded by Councillor Roulette. And where we are up to is that Councillor Stafford, Roulette and Greaves have debated. Councillor Stafford, as the mover, also retains the right to close debate. Councillor Deane.
I'd like to move an amendment. I recall Councillor Stafford talking about the ambiguity in one of the items. So I'd like to change. I just need to see it.
Thank you, Sue.
So I need the inclusion of to strengthen the criteria to individuals seeking candidacy by requiring a DHS working with children clearance at no cost to the volunteer candidate. So that's one of the dot points.
Could you read it out again, please?
Sure. To strengthen the criteria for individuals seeking candidacy by requiring a DHS.
So Department of Human Services.
Yep.
State government.
Yep. Working with children clearance at no cost to the volunteer candidate.
Working with children clearance at no cost to the candidate.
Yeah, which to me means that number 3 would be null and void as well. So remove that.
So is that a direct negative? Can I just check with governance? Or is it just strengthening? It's really just strengthening. Can she check with Cole? You can check with Cole. Okay. Do you want to just confer with Councillor Stafford if that meets what his original expectation was?
You don't think?
No, okay. So what I'm trying to ascertain, Councillor Dew, is whether it is a direct negative to what we've already got. And if it is, we'll have to work through this motion and then put another one.
So I thought the advice I received today was that because it's a motion, I can there can be up to 2 amendments.
I'll just ask governance to check that.
Through you, Mayor. The advice you received today was that yes, any motion can receive up to 2 amendments, but an amendment must be not a direct negative of the original motion or be in contrast to the actual meaning of the motion.
Okay, so it's only an inclusion of one item that was in the original recommendation of staff.
To you, Mayor. The original recommendation from staff isn't the motion, that was only a recommendation, so it has no standing until it's actually moved. So what Councillor Stafford moved, he added, I think, 0.3, that's showing that it's different to the recommendation and took out a dot point.
Yeah.
So
where does that leave me at the moment?
Governance wise, meeting procedures wise, it leaves you to possibly debate against this item, which you can do right now. Don't lose your opportunity.
Yeah, sure.
And wait to see what happens with the item, and if it gets lost, you could.
I'll give it a go.
So you're going to debate?
Yeah.
Okay, so your time starts now. Thank you. Thanks for your support.
So democracy serves as the cornerstone of a just and inclusive society, provides power to people, ensures that voices are heard, rights are protected and aspirations are pursued. To achieve this, participation is fundamental. We need a system that empowers people to actively participate in shaping their communities. Democracy, when achieved, celebrates the richness of our difference and encourages the inclusion of all voices, regardless of race, age, gender, religion, or socioeconomic background. To me, democracy is a catalyst for a society that is responsive to people from a cross-section of our community to be heard. As people in positions of power, it's so important that we play a role in protecting and strengthening democratic processes and institutions, make change where it's needed, advocate where necessary, and foster a culture of active citizenship. With this in mind, I think compulsory voting in local government elections is paramount. It ensures the highest level of civic participation. Voluntary voting can create a risk of voter apathy, where a significant portion of the population may choose not to exercise their democratic right. Around 25% of eligible voters voted in the 2022 Constituent council elections. By making voting compulsory, we encourage our community to engage with the political process and express their preferences at the ballot box. This broader participation strengthens the legitimacy of local government and enhances the representativeness of the people who sit around this chamber. By requiring every citizen to vote, regardless of their background or socioeconomic status, we create a more equal and inclusive society. It helps prevent marginalisation of certain groups and ensures that all voices, particularly those historically disadvantaged communities, are heard and considered in the democratic process. This would foster a sense of shared responsibility and encourage the council to address the needs and concerns of all citizens. Compulsory voting also contributes to the overall stability and resilience of our democracy. When a larger proportion of the population participates in the process, it reduces the risk of political polarisation and social divisions. Additionally, by ensuring high voter turnout, we reduce the vulnerability of our democracy to external interference, as the collective voice of the people becomes more robust and representative. So what I was trying to amend, and that's just a step, I felt that from the workshop, the ambiguity, what was clear in the initial recommendation, was too great. And I encouraged you to vote this motion down to then develop an amendment to incorporate the initial intention, but to refine it a little. So it was to strengthen the criteria for individuals seeking candidacy by requiring a DHS working with children clearance at no cost to the volunteer candidate. I therefore feel that point 3 is no longer required 2 in the motion. In this elected role, we have direct ongoing interactions with children and young people. It's important that we keep them safe. It's imperative that the community can trust and have confidence in the people it elects to be the most appropriate representatives, and we need professionalism and accountability across local government. Working with children clearances are required for employees of the City of Onkaparinga who connect with children and young people. It is a requirement across other institutions. By advocating for this requirement to the Local Government Association, it assists in enabling community expectations, it strengthens safety of children and young people, and it limits the risks to the organisation. It is great that we're positioning ourselves to advocate for strengthening the system, and I hope the issues highlighted in the letter will be considered and addressed. Thank you.
Councillor Eaton.
Yes, I'd just like to raise my concerns in respect to.
So question or debate?
It's a debate.
Okay, thank you. Time's up.
It relates to no fee for a clearance. It will not occur. You'll have to pay for it. I have one through Operation Flinders, and it's a voluntary one. I'm not allowed to even use that for my bus licence to drive buses on behalf of Operation Flinders Foundation. And you've also got to be very mindful with the number of candidates that will be applying to hit local government. The capacity of the government department to actually achieve doing those clearances within that time is completely out of control. So I certainly support the original motion as it is.
Thank you. Councillor Bill. Debate or question?
Debate. I wish to speak against this amended motion. I feel it doesn't meet the criteria or match what we experienced as elected members back in November and more recently in January. So my view is that point 2 should either be the point that was removed should be retained if this was to be voted down, obviously, and obviously remove point 3 so that would resume it back to its original recommendation, if you like. It is important, as I already mentioned, that the local community have confidence in council. And that means ensuring that we have candidates that we can trust as well. In reference to the DHS or police clearance checks, as a nurse who has a number of police clearance checks, I know that I can claim that on tax, for example. Some employers do pay for them. It is an increasing requirement by many employers, not just the 16 current nationally required health professionals in this country. There's a number of issues that are not addressed and haven't been really discussed in regards to this motion, and that is that we can't ignore what we all experienced on the 12th and 13th of November during an ordinary public council, also during the ordinary public council meeting on the 17th of January of this year. In November, the Electoral Commission of South Australian staff reported aggressive, threatening and intimidating behaviour by local government candidates and their scrutineers. There are accusations of the staff being labelled as corrupt, labelled as criminals, puppets of the deep state, manipulated by government, name-calling, which I won't repeat. I personally witnessed this disruption and intimidation, and I know many others here did. On the 17th of January, our ordinary council meeting was formally adjourned after only 8 minutes. This happened. It wasn't make-believe, it happened. Councillors were threatened with a call for a citizen's arrest. Members of the public and staff were made to feel unsafe and intimidated. Mothers with their children were left crying, leaving the gallery. People were chased to their car. This type of behaviour has never, ever been witnessed and was reported as never, ever being witnessed by the Electoral Commission. New measures, of course, have been introduced, which meant extra costs for the council to protect all of us, including those in the gallery. I support compulsory voting in this state for local council. Western Australia and South Australia are now the only councils that that do not have compulsory voting. It's obvious and clear that this will make a big difference to protect our community. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Fisher.
Mayor Debate, I'm also against the amended motion. I think the clarity around 3, and this is my personal view at the moment, is that we put this motion that is standing. My concern is that dot point 3 doesn't actually address not the elephant in the room, but what it actually means. So we're talking about fit and proper candidates, full stop. Now, the comparison to either state or federal is neither here nor there as far as I see it. I think we should vote on whether we think it is a big issue or a concern that our candidates display fit and proper purposes when applying for roles within this chamber.
Thank you, councillor Fisher. Councillor Brooks.
Thank you. Can I please try an amendment?
Yes.
I'm hoping it's not a go.
And so the test is whether it's in alignment or whether it's a direct contradiction. And we've got our governance experts to help us with that. So
okay, so dot point 1, first dot point, where it says commence, can you change that to consider? So that we're asking that GA to consider the compulsory voting. And then for dot point 3, change that first kind of sentence or start it with council. Sorry, so to do this too. Sorry, not that dot point 3. The dot point 3 that people have an issue with. Council mentions changes to the suggested candidate eligibility requirements.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt because
harm and then everything from harm.
Yeah, I'm feeling like the commence and consider are pretty opposite.
Commence.
Yeah, like if something's going to start or just thinking about starting, they're not the same. So I don't think that I'm going to rule that one out. I think we'll have to do with the one we've got in front of us, councillor Wilkes. It was a really good effort. I'll give you a brownie point for trying. And I appreciate your effort in trying to move that on. There are no further speakers. Just checking. The councillor, you've already debated. No, sorry, councillor Willett, you've already debated. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
On the 17th of January, when the crowd was out in the room with the screen on, did the mayor say we have a technology that we need when the sound was turned down?
That's a relevant question to this motion. I'll just check with that. Yes, it's irrelevant. So thank you.
It's relevant to characterisation of the 17th of January, which has just been passed across.
Thank you.
And it's
relevant.
You're right, the history.
Please take your seat. Thank you. I'm going to put the Councillor Fisher. Sorry, Councillor Fisher.
Mayor, I was just going to.
Do you wish to have a question?
I was going to be a point of order if you didn't.
Right, it's done.
Councillor.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, Councillor Stafford. Apologies. You're right to reply and close the debate. Thank you.
So considering we've already had time to discuss this motion at an EM session, I'm totally fine if this specific motion does not get through. However, I do think that we absolutely need to, in any form of passing this motion, amend it in some way, because I'd just like to re-emphasize that my biggest issue was with the minimum candidate eligibility standards. I think that the general public should have the ultimate control over who they can vote for. And I think recommending to the ODA that the minimum eligibility standards with the sentence desirable attributes could include financial literacy and relevant experience or qualifications. I think that's anti-democratic. These might be desirable traits and standards, but who is going to decide who meets those standards of experience and qualifications? I think it should be up to the voters to decide who is experienced, qualified, and financially literate enough to lead and not an unelected body. I wouldn't particularly mind amending this to having some standards, such as the The working with children's safety checks that you mentioned, I'd be fine with that. I don't think, I do think that candidates should have to pay for that. That makes sense to me to not have all those costs fall onto the government. But I'd be fine with having some levels of standards. But I do think if we were to vote this down, I do think it's important to mention in the amended motion, if you agree with me, that we absolutely reject any standards that could impinge on the ability of average everyday people to become candidates and represent the constituents. And if we are to put any minimum recommendations for standards, that they are explicitly stated and not vague, as mentioned in the original submission. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stafford. Apologies, I didn't run back to you straight away. I will now put this motion. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the motion is defeated. It is lost. Thank you. And now do we you can call for another motion. Yeah, so I think the other motion was it Councillor Councillor Dew. You are me. Thank you.
So do you want me to pass it over?
Yes, if you still got it. No. Yeah, it's on the screen. This is the original one.
Reverted back to the original recommendation.
Thank you for your help there.
And I just might need to work on this because I didn't have much time, but I do value what Councillor Stafford had to say in relation to number 3. So maybe we could just tweak that a little bit. So could I please see it? Sorry.
Yep, there we go.
So I thought,
is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just pop it down the bottom. Just give us a second. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'll just say what I'm thinking and then we can tweak. Is that okay?
Yeah, we've got the.
Okay, so think along the lines of like council expresses the importance of a cross section of people being representatives and nominating for council.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, maybe could it be that broad, or do you think it needs to be further refined?
I think that Councillor Stafford, I'm just checking with you that your intention was to ensure that it was more inclusive than exclusive. I think this is probably meets that expectation.
Yes, yeah.
I'm just going to go back to Councillor Dew. We'll pretend that was just happening in brackets.
Yeah, I would like to also incorporate that there should be no requirements. It should be accessible to the everyday resident, and that there should be no accounting requirements or governance experience. And I'd also be happy to remove the costs of the working with children clearance and allow the LGA and the Electoral Commission to sort that out.
Okay, so let's just, if we could just zip that up a little bit higher. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Yes.
It's a continuation of that one.
And I'm happy, I like Councillor Wilkes' suggestion that rather than commence, it could be to consider. Yeah.
Consider. So that's in the top drop point.
Yeah.
Under 1. So to change commence to consider. Okay, I'm just Councillor Dew, are you happy with that, the amendment? Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Fisher? Or a question? You're seconding or having a question?
Second, but I want a debate.
Okay, you can do both.
I'll second it.
And
I still think the dot point misses the point. So if we're going 180 degrees, the opposite. I talk about fit and proper. So most people, certainly the staff here, are employed on fit and proper grounds. So number 1, you've got to be an Australian citizen. Number 2, you can't be convicted of an indictable offence. Number 3, you've got to be able to work with children. Those are the things that don't pick up the financial acumen that may be an extra impediment or seen as impediment for a candidate. But those three basic items, which we can expand on, I think I've probably covered it all, are basically how people are appointed or elected, full stop, whether it's state, federal, whatever. You can't be unless you satisfy those requirements.
So may I suggest that Council express the importance of a cross section of fit and proper? Is that what you're? It's really an amendment. Sorry, Councillor Dew.
Yeah, I appreciate what Deputy Mayor Fisher is saying, but I think it's hard. There's so many variables. My fit and proper could be different to your fit and proper. So unless we define like you've just done, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, so I think that's so if you could define it, and I think there were three criteria: Australian citizen. So fit and proper is a considered way of expressing employment opportunities, and so if Australian citizen, no indictable offence, and also working with children clearance.
Yep. And is bankruptcy an issue? Yep.
Okay. Let's just get nothing.
Have you got comments?
Yes, Councillor Fisher.
Obviously, bankruptcy in the financial markets is a big important one, so it may not have relevance here, but certainly I think those three, unless I've missed something, are the basic fit and proper tests that everyone applies for.
So it feels to me like that's probably another amendment. Unless Councillor Dew, you're willing to both bring all that together.
Yeah, my only comment would be, I just need to read this out because I've only just seen it. So the currently the eligibility criteria for candidates include you have to be a member of an Australian. I'll say understaffed bankrupt.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so you can't be a member of the Australian Parliament. You can't have been bankrupt. You can't be an employee.
So that's what currently exists in their local act. So we're not talking about that. So I'm going to. That's fine. It's Councillor Fisher's debate for this.
I'm very happy to incorporate Deputy Mayor's points.
Councillor Greaves, have you changed your mind?
Oh, I was going to ask you
that same question. Okay, thank you. So let me just check that. So it's been seconded by Councillor Fisher, who has taken given some advice about. You can sit down. Unless you need to stand up, because we can enable that as well. So can I just get everyone to have a good look at this? So the two changes essentially are in item 1, dot point is now consider compulsory voting. And thank you, Sue, that's really helpful. And then in 3, about a cross-section of representatives and strengthening the criteria, which is dot point 4. Oh, sorry, 5, thank you. Okay, so we'll put this motion, and if we want to add an amendment about fit and proper, we can do that as an amendment. Councillor Dew, do you want to close debate?
No, I was actually just saying that I was happy to incorporate Deputy Mayor Fisher's points to begin with.
So we can do that, but you're going to need to someone else will need to move the amendment.
All right.
And probably the dot point 5 could read something like to strengthen the criteria for individuals, fit and proper. Councillor Plattner, is this something you're willing to?
Yes, can I move to?
Nothing.
So what Deputy Mayor Fisher said?
So within this motion,
Yes.
You're going to suggest?
A document.
Yes, and that is?
That the people be fit and proper as per the LGA requirements.
The Local Government Act.
And
What Councillor?
working with children, clearance.
And I'm just checking that I think it was the concept of fit and proper that Councillor Fisher was seeking. So is that what you're suggesting?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sue, for keeping it. Yeah, that's it. because that in itself is a terminology. Yeah, under rules.
Yep.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that amendment? Thank you, councillor Greaves.
Happy to second. Thank
Did you wish to comment? Questions? Any questions? Councillor Dew, would you wish to close debate? Thank you, everyone. We had a point on voting on this motion. All those in favour? I'm moving the amendment first. We're moving the amendment. We're moving the amendment. Thank you. That's carried. Against? Motion is carried. And now we are moving the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you. The motion is now carried. Well done, everyone. Thank you. That's kind of been LGA gymnastics for this evening. Next item. Do I need to put conflict of interest if I'm asking for leave of absence?
No, possibly. It's procedural, but do you think that you're personally benefiting from the leave of absence?
Have a rest. So we've got leave of absence request from me from November the 16th to the 7th of December. Someone, thank you, councillor Themeliotis.
Moved as written.
And councillor Greaves.
As written, thank you.
Any questions? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving right along. We are now at the Mayor's report. And I wanted to take this opportunity. You have the written report, but just before our last meeting, I attended the Australian Local Government Association's annual General Assembly. I think it's actually the Congress. I need to get that word right. So I thought I'd take this opportunity just to share a little bit about what actually happened at the meeting. I know there were a couple of people who were asking me about it. Also, there's been some queries about our role and responsibilities in the National and Australian Local Government Association, of which the City of Onkaparinga is a member. So this is just a very quick whip through. These slides will be available to elected members, and if we can just have the next one, please. So I've just put hyperlinks in here. We're not going to go through those tonight, but if you do want to see a summary of each of the days. So the first day I was there was a regional forum, and the focus was very much on all of those councils, of which there are literally hundreds across our regions, gathering together, talking about some of the big issues that are impacting on them. There'll be no surprises, energy, climate, the relationship between farming and primary producers. So many of the issues that also relate to us impact on the region. So I attended that day. Day two had a full program of speakers and guests, as well as hearing from the Governor General, and half the day two as well, with some motions, and the same for day three. There was a public communique that is actually in your yellow folders as well, which was provided by the National President. So you can all read that. It's also available on their website. We go to the next slide, please. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So the motions that were put up through the ALGA were clustered, if you like, together around common themes, and I've distilled them a little bit further as well. So financial sustainability, many councils are in some very interesting shape. We did hear from an international expert in this area who gave some quite terrifying case studies from the United Kingdom, where local councils of our size and shape are in literally billions of dollars in debt, and how they are going to find their way through that will be fascinating. Climate change adaptation was very much linked to the natural disaster and preparedness and management. Obviously, we were on the back of the floods, so many regions were giving harrowing stories of what had happened to them, and many of those were the same ones that had just faced bushfires in the previous year or two. So that was a big topic. Renewable energy, there are councils all across Australia, including some in our own state, who are working on how they can use what they've already got in their systems, and whether they're virtual power plants for their residents, or actually being providers of energy themselves. And we've got some fabulous examples quite close to home. Then the closing the gap for Aboriginal people and Torres Strait Islanders people was a very hot topic, as well as the referendum. The circular economy, which is of great interest to many of us, particularly Councillor Pritchard in SWWAN, the future of the circular economy and the role of local government in the circular economy was very poignant, and I think we've got some fabulous opportunities for ourselves, as we already have great foundations to work from here in the city of Onkaparinga. Housing and homelessness came up with all sorts of themes. Many of the subtopics included planning and regulatory responses, developer contributions, many of the things that we too are facing here in our city. The increase of homelessness for women over 50 was talked about, and also some examples given of different methods and diversity of housing stock for those who are looking at modular homes and tiny homes and things like that. So quite a range of issues in that area. We can have the next slide. Other way. We go the other way. That's all right. We had two motions on the floor, which had been passed last year. The first one was asking the Assembly to call on the national government to make a strong national commitment to coastal adaptation. And that was passed. And the second one we had up was regarding the legacy issues around home support programs. So many of you who are interested in home and community care for our older senior citizens and people with disabilities, this was very well supported as well. So I'm pleased to say that in the National Forum, these two things got up. Next one. So I thought, just to give you a bit of an idea about the things I noticed, obviously it was the first time I'd been to that environment, so I came with, I hope, some fresh eyes and an open heart and open mind. The differences between our inner urban councils and our regional councils is huge. That really for me is the great divide in Australia, the difference between inner city councils like Melbourne and versus a far north Queensland regional community, or a small community, in the Torres Strait. So that really is the big divide, and I think it's something that as a city of Onkaparinga, we've got a unique opportunity because we've got everything in our city. We have the regions as well as the inner urban. So I think we've got a contribution to make to that discourse nationally. There's an incredible generosity in sharing ideas and experiences all across our communities. Mayors and CEOs were more than happy to sit down and have a conversation with everyone and anyone. It was a very collegial space in a non-competitive, collaborative way. There were very well-worn paths to Parliament House up the hill all day long, people coming and going. And I think that having a big event like this, where you have 1,100 people from local councils all around Australia arriving in Canberra, does have its own power and influence. The East Coast councils are very well organised and know how to work the room, and certainly know how to take advantage of their experience. And I think that just going back to the earlier motion we've just debated, a lot of that's to do with the political context in which they work, because it's compulsory voting, and so there's higher stakes, I think, in terms of the legitimacy with their own state and federal governments. There are big divides in our nation around the pathways to energy transition. There is no debate that energy transition needs to be made, but how you get there is different for a country, for a community that might be impacted by coal versus someone who's got plenty of wind who can generate energy close by. There again was no debate about the climate preparedness needs, but how to go about that and how to bring communities along was very central to many of the conversations. And lastly, the other thing I noticed was this huge impact of natural disasters and the impact of natural disasters on long-term financial sustainability. So there were plenty of councils dealing with, 1 year a bushfire, the next year a flood, the following year a drought. And so these collective, what I would call compound fractures on their financial viability, really being driven by the natural disasters. So they're the things I noticed. Also, just today, the president of the Australian Local Government Board also shared some of the things that she's been doing and recognised some of these same things, as well as the growing concerns about the disruption of council meetings across Australia and the operations of various groups. She's reminding everyone that they've taken this issue to the minister and that the federal government's going to make this issue a topic of the National Local Government Ministers meeting that's coming up soon, and the involvement of the Australian Federal Police in that. If we can go to the next slide. I was very touched by the Governor-General, His Excellency Honourable David Hurley. He gave a speech to us and said that local government, you're looking at the level of government looks communities in the eye. And it really has stayed with me as a bit of a mantra, that because we don't run away from people, we are here all the time. We're the ones that are same people who are working on the CFS or on the, the tuck shop or serving a coffee or whatever it is. So we are dealing with these people every single day. And in doing that, he talked about the contribution we make through engagement, through our advocacy, and he particularly mentioned climate adaptation and the role that we have in building partnerships with our communities and all the service and community groups that we're a part of. So I thought I just wanted to bring his message back to all of you, and his very deep generosity in wanting to be visible to all the local councils, and I was quite impressed by that. Just to let you know, if we can go to the next slide, there were lots and lots of people from South Australia. There were over 100 delegates from South Australia. These are the ones I could remember when I was putting this report together. And as I said, there were over 1,100 delegates from across the country. Most of these councils had a CEO or a mayor or a deputy mayor, and usually one or two other elected members. It was from the city of Onkaparinga. I was there. Unfortunately, Julia was unwell and wasn't able to attend. We also had Dr. Andrew Johnson, who was there from the LGA Mutual Services, who serves on our Audit and Risk Committee. So he was there as well. So it was great to have all of those people. It meant that we also were able to get together and connect. A few things about what I'd like to see us do next. Is that while we were at the ALGA, there's been a national movement to try and increase the amount of federally collected taxation to go from 0.5%, which was what it currently is, to 1%, and an invitation to become part of a national campaign around that. And I know, in fact, I was just talking with Julia today about this, that sometimes what happens is the federal government gives it to us just before or just after the end of the financial year, and that can make an enormous difference to our federal assistance grants, or whether we are doing well or not doing so well on the balance sheet. So there's a lot of advocacy that needs to be done, and I'd like us to be full participants in that. In doing that, I think the LGA in South Australia, and I've raised this with the LGA, need to be more strategic in how we get together, both at the state level and with our regions, so that we can have a united front on that pathway to Parliament. And I would encourage all of you to take the opportunity in your term to find a way to suggest that you do go as well to the ALGA while you're serving in this chamber. It is a wonderful opportunity. Thank you. And if anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. Councillor-elect.
I'd like to make a motion that the report goes to the general site.
Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Bell?
I'll second
it. Thank you. Any debate? Questions? All those in favour? Thank you, carried. And just to remind everyone, that will be on already on YouTube anyhow in a couple of weeks, a couple of days. Councillor Themeliotis.
Report.
Thank you, Councillor Themeliotis. Moving the Mayor's report. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Bell. Thank you. Any questions? Any debate? All those in favour? Motion's carried. Councillor-elect, can I ask you just to unbutton there? Thank you. Okay, we have this next part of the agenda is for deputations. And I'm just advising we did have a deputation request, which I refused. And I do have the reasons here. Thank you very much. So I had a request from Mark Nilsson, and I chose to reject it because the previous deputation was in the process of taking the council to court in relation to 22 Onkaparinga council elections, but no longer valid since my case was rejected. So this is what Mr. Nilsson said, and we can advise that the case has been summarily dismissed on the 14th of July and published, and that's what we have understood by looking at previous media, that there's an intention to take this to a further higher court, and so therefore we are unable to continue accepting the deputation. And also there was a comment in the request for a declaration regarding our declaration, council's declaration, apologies, of a climate emergency, and there was reference again to the legal proceedings with the Electoral Commission and Council. These comments are not related to the declaration of the climate emergency and were an assertion of incorrect statements of legal responsibility. So that is why they have been rejected. Marion McDuie, is that how you say her name? Which that has been, we're deferring that till August meeting. And our first deputation for the evening is Emma Murray, and here she is. So Emma, you should be able to get in through here. That's it. Thank you very much. And some people in the chamber will know Emma from the Hub Gymnastics, and she's here to, we've got a PowerPoint, I believe, is that right? Yes. Oh, there we go, right in front of me. Thank you very much. You're very welcome, Emma, and you've got 8 minutes, and will you be willing to take questions after that? Okay, off you go.
Do I press it?
You can press it, I think.
Press?
Yeah.
So my name is Emma Murray. I'm the
Can we just check if your microphone's on? Yeah,
wonderful. Sorry, I'll stand closer. So my name's Emma Murray. I'm the head coach of the Hub Gymnastics Club. So I have presented a couple of times before, but obviously there are a lot of new faces in the room. So we are a local gymnastics club. We were volunteer for a very long time, and we've now made the transition into a paid employment model in terms of sustainability. We have around 800 athletes with us and a workforce of around 40 now. We still have a wait list of about 300. So we are looking to, we are redeveloping the Paul Murray Recreation Centre in terms of a refurbishment and an extension. So we are at our agreed upon plans. So we've been working closely with council and architects around, fit for purpose building, where we're going to be able to expand certain programs and basically get more kids through the door every week. We are obviously at capacity. And some of the features are just going to be more fit for purpose when we look at some of the design features, toilets that are suitable for kinder gym athletes, car park that is safer, all of those sorts of things. So currently we are working with council around cost saving measures, and this is, I guess, something council can sort of talk to. I'm probably not the architect's favourite person, because if it costs more than concrete, it's out of the plans. And so we're really working with council around how we can reduce those costs. The club has put up their hand around what we can do to reduce some of the costs as well, around things like kitchen fit out or office fit out. Obviously, those are things that are acceptable for us to take responsibility for, being fairly low risk, but obviously us doing a kitchen fit out as opposed to a commercial one, there's some cost saving measures there. And we've got a sort of a compiled list when we go to speaking directly with a builder as opposed to a cost consultant and architect around what are acceptable features to come out. So things like skylights, we believe will incur additional costs until the builder tells us definitely yes, but those sort of things we're more than willing to take out as well. This is really about being pretty enough that it passes, but obviously fit for purpose and really appropriately spent money. We are, so current cost and allocation of money. So for people who potentially weren't aware, So during the state government process, we had we had matching election commitments of $3 million from the Labor Party and the Liberal Party. So we were obviously happy either way. We also had $1 million federal commitment that was not an election promise, that was committed by the Liberal Party, and the Labor Party honoured that because it wasn't an election promise. So we had $4 million. We came to council maybe 9 months ago now, and we spoke around the building. We had, as a club, we had put in the funds to do the cost analysis, and we had some budgeted figures based on the high level plans. As we're sort of getting towards building it now and how that sort of builds, we obviously don't have exact figures, because until you've got a builder telling you that's what they're going to build it for, it's all cost consultant work. But we are getting to the point where we think it is likely to go something in the vicinity, and I'm sure council can sort of speak to it, something in the vicinity of maybe 3 to 6 over where we expected. And obviously I can talk a little bit more around why that is. And rather than wait, you know, the additional 3 months until we have a conversation with a builder who confirms that yes, it's, you know, $300,000 over, and then we're coming forwards and backwards, going back to architects and delaying, we're seeking in principle support for an additional piece. If we don't need it, wonderful, but it's there to stop the backwards and forwards, and I will speak to why there are some increased challenges. So one of the things that probably wasn't made aware of us when we started to look at, or wasn't so aware, was how it's going to be built. Now, obviously for us, this is our field of play. So we don't play football. We can't use someone else's oval. It's not as simple as writing to an association and asking us to schedule home games or away games for 12 months. This is our field of play. We obviously have a workforce. A lot of them are teenagers, young people in the city of Onkaparinga. If we cannot facilitate employment for them for a period of time, they will get another job. It is not as simple as walking into a school and saying, hey, I've got jobs coaching gymnastics. Like they might be 15 or 16, but they've been working for us for 2, 3, 4 years. So it's very risky for us in terms of a shutdown phase. I have found additional venues for us in the commercial space. So obviously there's not spaces floating around in the community in the city of Onkaparinga. So we're starting to investigate some commercial spaces, but that comes with a cost, obviously. And so there are some increased challenges that we're now, as it really gets to the nitty gritty, where what we don't want to do is kill the club and go backwards 5 years to have this facility being finished. And then all of a sudden we're 5 years back, and then we're working forward. So and I understand that it's probably an interesting motion for people to support, but we've never built anything like this in the city of Onkaparinga. There is not another gymnastics club. It's not something that's sort of happened before, but I think it's a really good opportunity to look at how it's done differently. And I'm sure there's been some news articles this week that I can share around how gymnastics has probably been the sport that's been left by the wayside in terms of support, and it's got the biggest numbers and it's growing dramatically. So I'm more than happy to take questions. That's all of my points. If anyone has any questions.
I appreciate that. That's just to say that
On the time.
you're very impressive. Councillor Themeliotis, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. One that you touched on, but I just want you to just expand a little bit more. So we've got a notice of motion on the agenda tonight. So why does this chamber need to act now?
Yeah, so obviously a few reasons. One, the longer we wait, the more expensive things are. Simple maths. There are other concerns around, obviously, as we look at commercial leases. So we have an option where we're very lucky that we've found a potential commercial lease space. It is expensive, but that's something that we're sort of negotiating. But I can't say to them, oh, can I have a lease in September, but maybe October, it could be November. That's not an option in a commercial lease space. So there are some time constraints where, we can go out to tender for a builder in, the 6 weeks or the 8 weeks. They come back with a figure. We go backwards and forwards with architects, and we've lost that commercial space. So there are definitely some time constraints around where we will end up losing funding. We'll end up losing all of those sorts of things around that, and costs will just continue to go up.
Mm-hmm. And I think that adds into how we got here. Have you, or has the club put a dollar figure on the contributions you're going to be making with those fit outs that you suggested?
Yeah, so the council gave us some so we have some breakdowns around like individual items and how much they are expected to cost from the architect's perspective and the cost consultant's perspective. So there was about 4 or 5 items that we put our hands up to take. And the estimation is that's about $300,000 worth of savings from that. So things like office fit out and kitchen fit out that will obviously, and we have 800 members who've got qualified trades, they'll be appropriately done, obviously.
And the notice of motion that says in principle an additional 500 or up to an additional 500,000, is there any additional savings you could suggest tonight to the elected body that the club's even considering?
Yeah, I think obviously we have a limited understanding of car parks or staging or things like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the council are happy to speak to the cost saving, and I'm sure the architects are probably happy or less happy to speak to the cost saving measures. But yeah, if there's things in there that we're able to save funds on, where you know the athletes want space, trampolines, pits, clean toilets, like that's the important stuff, not whether there's a pretty light installation in the foyer, because there's not one now. So we're really going cost saving.
Any other questions for Emma? Okay, thank you. Really appreciate seeing you again, and keep up the great work in our community. Thank you. Laura Deane is our next deputation. Thank you. Laura's from the Sellicks Area Residents Association, and she's going to be speaking to an item that's further down in our agenda as well, bylaw 6. Very welcome, Laura. I think you've got some slides as well, is that right? I did. Thank you very much. And I understand you've got a petition too that can be circulated. Thank you very much. You've got 8 minutes, and then if we've got questions, are you okay to take questions?
Yes, I'm okay to take them. I may not be able to answer them.
That's all right.
It's a very limited time for us to prepare our deputation.
That's all right. 8 minutes. Your time starts now.
Okay, thank you very much for welcoming me tonight. I am here as the authorised spokesperson for the Sellicks Area Residents Association. It was with great surprise that on June 25, Sellicks residents and residents from surrounding areas were greeted by news of a local green group's move to try to close off the beach at the Button Road wetland on either side by constructing bollards or perhaps installing boom gates. So SARA was contacted by many concerned local residents in response to Bridget Gardner's deputation. We recognise that hooded plovers nest in our area from August to March, and we are supportive of the hooded plovers being there. Next slide, please. We also recognise that hooded plovers face many threats, as is articulated in Onkapringa Now and a range of other publications. So not only from humans using our beaches, but from predators, including foxes, cats, birds of prey, magpies and seagulls. And we would like council to note that foxes are regularly seen in the wetland and on the beach at night time. Those hooded plovers are also threatened by storm activity and high tides as they nest on the pebble banks and spend a lot of time at the water's edge. Next slide, please. Okay, so we looked at Dudley Corbett's progress report of 2021 on the Aldinga washpool. And that report shows that ravens and seagulls, or likely seagulls, were responsible for taking 3 eggs or chicks at the washpool. Next slide, please. That report also highlights local residents' great support of the project. We're often the ones that drive up to people parking in front of the fenced off area and have a chat to people who are not aware of the problem and explain to them that it's important that they move on, and also warn them that if community safety patrols find them there, they may be issued with a fine. And we enter into, productive dialogue with those people who are parking in front of the fenced off area. So our support has been noted in that report, and that report further notes that it's also due to local residents and the efforts of volunteers, but not the efforts of volunteers alone, that the chicks survive as long as they do. Next slide. Okay, so we didn't have a lot of time to prepare a response to this. I was away for the first week in the Northern Territory, and we've coordinated our response largely on Facebook and by way of a petition. So what we did was we asked one simple question: who would sign a petition against a move to put bollards either side of the Button Road wetland? That post on the Sellicks and Surrounds Facebook page was answered by 372 people, and the overwhelming response was that people were opposed to any measure to close off our beach. There was a handful of residents, so 10 residents, or 0.27%, supported some form of closure. So, for example, one resident or a couple of residents suggested a temporary winter ban. One resident suggested restricting jet skis. A couple of people suggested restricting vehicles at the very southern end of Sellicks Beach where the sign is, so where the vehicle-free area is, to prevent people from driving through there over the reef, over the spring and through the Cactus Canyon and Shark Bay. Only 4 residents, and that, there's a typo there, that should be 0.1%, not 0.01%, sorry. Words are my strong suit, not numbers. 4 residents supported closing the beach. Now, just a note on my methodology here. So those people did make a number of other comments, but as occurs on social media, that was a little bit of a slanging match. So even if we were to consider all of those comments as registering support for Bridget Gardner's proposal, it's in the order of around 30 comments. So if we were to triple it, it comes to 0.8% of the responses received on our Facebook post. We also circulated a petition against any move to close the beach, and that has been signed by almost 400 local residents in a matter of 2.5 weeks. So 397 people signed that petition, and it was also supported by several local businesses who'd contacted us to register some concern that the beach may be closed. Next slide, please. Okay, so residents have identified a range of problems with the proposal. Principally, the first one is the issue of safety or the risk that vehicles may be entrapped on the beach. So evidence previously accepted by this council from campaigns has been accepted by council that there is a risk that when the tides come in at the southern end of the beach, that people need to be able to get off at the Silver Sands end of the beach. Equally, at the Silver Sands ramp, there's often soft sand there and people need to be able to exit at the Silver Sands end. So there's a very long history, and that evidence has previously been presented. We also query whether there might be a legal risk. We also argued that the beach is already vehicle free at the southern end of Sellicks Beach at the sign and at Silver Sands ramp, although quite a few residents have informally raised that they might support putting some sort of fencing there to stop vehicles going through. Some residents said, well, how does fencing protect the plovers when they stray outside of the proposed fenced area? Because they're frequently seen down at the creek and beyond the proposed area. Other residents were concerned about parking. So can we keep, thanks. Parking. So where, what costs and who would pay for that and what land might be paved over for that. Other residents raised issues about the impact on the local economy. For example, the Sellicks Beach bike races, community groups who raise funds at the ramps and pop-up businesses. No one's going to drive off the beach around Country Road and go to Pizza Teca and then pay again or drive back around to get, back on the beach. Some residents felt that respect for local culture and history and decades of local culture might be erased by such a move. Next slide, please. Yep.
Time's up. Can you just pop all of those up? Just keep them going.
Yeah.
Is this your last one?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just let people see that and maybe we can take questions on those. Do we have any questions for Laura? Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you for your presentation, Laura. I appreciate it. Now, I have a question. You don't have to answer it. You've mentioned, okay, so I'm quite new to Facebook. I've only been on it for a year. It seems like a bit of information goes around on there. Are you in the understanding that the council is suggesting to close a section of the beach with bollards?
No, we're of the understanding that this is a proposal by, I think it's Friends of Aldinga Scrub and Bridget Gardner, who presented at the June 20 meeting. So we understand that it's not council, but what we're seeking to do is to put our views before the council so that councillors are properly informed about opposition to any such move by impacted residents.
All right, excellent. I just wanted to. Okay, and then the other question I had was, obviously you don't support the bollards on the beach. Your presentation was clear and awesome. I loved it. Do you support the hooded plover bylaw that we'll be debating tonight, where they have the nest and there's an exclusion zone for 20?
Yeah, the exclusion zone that's there doesn't reach, in my understanding, from the Pebble Bank to the low tide mark. That's right. Which is what Bridget Gardner's deputation proposed. And I haven't heard from any residents who say that, there shouldn't be a fenced off area to protect the hooded plovers. But what we do oppose is bollards that would restrict us being able to exit or enter the beach at either end. Yeah, that's of great concern to us.
Thank you. Councillor June.
Hi, Laura. It's nice to put a face to a name. Thank you. And it's great to see 400 people. You've activated 400 people in our community to share their opinions. So I appreciate that. I wondered if SARA had any concerns around beach safety, like the number of cars on those peak days. And if you did, what would you like to see?
Well, in the 2 weeks that we've had to look at this, we haven't properly canvassed residents other than to see who would be opposed to a move to close off the beach. So I think that would need to be properly canvassed with our members and affected residents.
Sure, thank you.
Councillor Themeliotis.
Yeah, just a quick question. In relation to the bollards, if there was another, like a middle ground option where there was some bollards, but there was also open space for cars to get through that were trapped, would that be an option?
Well, it depends on those busy days, doesn't it?
What that looks
like. And we don't control how many people go on the beach.
Yeah, thank you. Any further questions? Thanks, Laura. We really do appreciate the effort to mobilise the community, and thank you so much for coming tonight.
Thank you so much for having me, and we look forward to a continued and constructive dialogue around
this. Okay, our next deputation is Harvey Jolly from Sporting Clubs Fees and Subsidies item. Harvey, you're very welcome. Good to see you here. You've got someone coming with you? Hello, Neil. Oh, sorry, Michael. Here's a good name too, apologies. You're very familiar with this environment, and so you know that you have 8 minutes, and it's all yours for the next 8 minutes. Do you want to give something out? Yep, sure.
And
Yes, I think we can support that.
I just want to get order, just press the right.
Yep. Yeah, that will work. Yes.
Right arrow.
The right arrow. Excellent. Organised?
Just got to put my glasses
on. Oh, excellent. Glasses are a very handy thing to have. Cup of tea, biscuits, no. Okay, your time starts now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. Firstly, I'd like to revisit the Onkaparinga strategic plans, particularly the Community Plan 2030, and the vision of strong, vibrant communities. A key theme of that plan is people. A key result areas are our
Our communities are connected, engaged and resilient. Our communities are active and healthy. This is supported by the SARA plan with three goals: increase participation, build provider capacity, and improve facilities. I would like to make the point that the City of Onkaparinga relies on clubs to deliver on key objectives in the SARA plan, and in particular the multi-use sports clubs. The main issues facing sporting clubs. All sporting clubs are under pressure. Some are at breaking point. Large multi-use sports facilities management is a significant undertaking, and carries extensive and evolving administration burden compared to when they first were established. Pool of volunteers with skills and time to take up these roles is very limited and at risk. Large multi-use facilities lease fees are onerous, placing pressure on clubs' finances and adding to the administration pressures. Large multi-use facilities through their affiliated clubs provide the lion's share of participation opportunities within the City of Onkaparinga. Key objectives of the City of Onkaparinga Community Plan and SARA Plan are reliant on multi-use facilities and their affiliates having successful operations. The question is, will the Chamber act to support multi-use facilities and all clubs to survive by addressing the current policy and budget settings to support clubs meet their responsibilities and to continue their role in the community? This slide tries to capture for you a number of management issues the clubs need to address. So these are issues they address on a daily basis, a weekly basis, or a monthly basis. So I won't go through them all, but there are governance responsibilities, there are financial management responsibilities, there are facility maintenance responsibilities. Council doesn't do all the maintenance at a club, clubs do a significant amount of that. Included in those responsibilities is the purchasing, making sure that meets the need of the club operations, but also is within budget. Facility use management, so dealing with maybe 4 or 5 clubs trying to use the same facilities at any given one time, and the community use of those facilities, and the provision of services through hiring of the function areas and bar and catering and etc. We'd like to make the point that executive level weekly administration for the multi-use clubs is estimated at 25 hours per week. Annually across 12 multi-use sports facilities, 15,000 hours in weekly administration added up over the year. A full-time equivalent at $46 per hour would be on a salary of something like $60,000. So across the 12 clubs, it's over 700,000 per annum that would need to be found to do the same work the volunteers are doing. The above hours and dollar figures did not cover all club management responsibilities. Increasing demands on sports clubs. Let's quickly get them up there. Management level volunteers are difficult to find and retain, to burn out levels and the complexity and increased level of time commitment required. Increasing complexity, including community demand, participation and growth in women's sports, the changing economic environment of multi-use facilities and affiliated clubs, state and local government regulation and compliance, effects of sport and recreation strategic plans, effects of City of Onkaparinga strategic plans, and increasing compliance requirements in the areas of finance, volunteering, law, licensing, facility management, environment, and technology. Sorry. It is acknowledged. Oh, God, thank you. It is acknowledged that that the integral nature of sport and recreation and its economic benefits, the physical and mental health benefits, as well as the community connection, the private sector and community contribution, services, the enormous contribution of volunteers. This is all acknowledged and recognised. There's 34,000 residents playing sport. That doesn't include volunteers, supporters, or the broader use of our community facilities. And the multi-use large single sports clubs provide the lion's share of these participation opportunities. With this comes greater volunteer responsibility. All of the City of Onkaparinga clubs and their volunteers are providing the community a significant service, social value and benefit. Just a quick slide to say that the elected members need to reflect on the lease settings as they currently stand and as they apply to rec and sport. $128 million a year is in health savings and volunteer contribution come from those clubs. Sporting clubs' commitment to council if lease fees were reduced. Clubs to work with council have clubs put in place paid professional operation facility venue management. Provide financial management comforts through contracted bookkeeping for multi-use sports clubs. Provide opportunities to growth participation. Clubs would have more opportunity to invest back into the facilities by way of contribution towards funding and for furniture, appliance and equipment. The required volunteer management would be supported and encouraged for others to be involved. And clubs' community capacity would be strengthened. In a nutshell, the Australian Sports Foundation CEO Patrick Walker stated, local sport has long been the backbone of community health and cohesion, as well as being breeding ground for Australian sporting success. But it's now at a crossroad.
Your time's up, so I'm just going to let, but in fact, we can just have those for everyone to see. Your 8 minutes is up. Yeah. So I'm just going to open it up for questions and Councillor Themeliotis.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, Harvey. Thanks for your presentation. First question, how did our clubs get to this point?
Sorry. I guess there's been a significant growth in participation, particularly youth and women's sport. There's significant growth in that area. Club costs have increased substantially, 25% increase in power, 20% increase in gas, wages up by 5%. So they've been significant. Escalation and responsibilities outlined by the STAR Club, Good Sports, council KPIs through the lease, and greater community demand from other than sport. There's obviously a downturn in the economy, rising costs, CPI, interest rates impacting customer spend, shifting community attitudes around volunteering, executive level volunteers willing to take on a challenge of running these clubs is limited and reducing, executive level volunteer retiring after long-term commitments. They're all adding up, putting pressure on.
Can you give me some commentary around players being paid?
Well, I can tell you that the multi-use sports clubs don't pay players of any competition or any sport. I think you're actually referencing football players, and those football players would be paid by the football clubs, not the multi-use sports clubs. Southern Footy League put some rules in place to address the amount of money that goes towards player payments, but that's a matter for the footy clubs and the Southern Football League. Yeah.
Okay. Couple more questions. So clubs make money behind the bar, entrance fees, through event hire. Where does all this money go?
Yes, they certainly do that. With a lot of hard work, they do that. So the money raised from fees for, say, entrance to a football game would go straight to the football club. So the interest fees are not a revenue source for the multi-use sports clubs. Bar and associated minor revenues such as raffles, etc. All those revenues are getting clubs to a break-even point or a less than break-even point. So that sort of income covers operational costs, non-discretionary spends like utility costs, water, gas, etc., wages, work covers, super, holiday pay, leases, and then the maintenance, cleaning, facilities, repairs, equipment upgrades, replacement, tables, chairs, kitchen, all the things that try to keep the upkeep of the club.
Okay. And like umpires and security, maybe on game days and stuff like that as well?
Security around major events, but umpiring again would be a cost of the football club.
Okay. Why does the chamber need to act now? Like, what's the risk to council?
The risk is real and immediate. Clubs are at a risk financially, and their executive level volunteers are at breaking point. I guess the reason I'm standing here is to represent to you that there is a crisis in our community around the management of the multi-use sports clubs. If it's not addressed, there's no doubt in my mind that those clubs will fall over. The replacement of volunteers who at the executive level of managing those multi-use clubs, the cupboard is bare. And those people in the positions now are running out of steam. A lot of those people are 20+ year volunteers, and their time in that position is running out. For me, there's a real risk if council does not support, then the clubs will topple over and the responsibilities will either fall back to individual sports who are already under stress, or it'll fall back to council. And the earlier slide made the point that it's at the cost of about 700,000 a year, I would have thought, to employ people to match the current volunteer contribution.
And final question, why do we have a clubs forum? Like, what was the purpose of the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum?
Yeah, it's an advocacy. A group that talks on behalf of the sporting community. It was negotiated with staff initially, and then a motion was put to the chamber about forming that group, which would represent the broader clubs community, have interaction with staff, and obviously try to inform the chamber of what things are actually occurring. The forum's been in place for about 3 years. A lot of you are new to the chamber. I'm not sure how much of the forum's discussions have actually found their way to the forum, to the chamber. So it's about greater knowledge, greater understanding, and trying to find a way forward with something that's probably sat still 25 to 30 years in our community.
Thank you. Councillor Plutton.
Thank you. Thank you, Harvey. That's another great presentation. I've got a couple of questions just to try and get my head and maybe the chamber's head around the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum. So does the club forum represent all clubs in the city of Onkaparinga?
Yeah, all sport and recreation clubs. Yeah.
And can you try and articulate the difference between the 12 multi-use clubs and the single-use clubs?
The multi-use clubs are significantly bigger operations. Council at one stage, I think it was in the early 90s, made a move to have a one point of contact for multi-use sporting clubs, so they didn't have to talk to, say, there's 5 clubs in that facility. They would have a one-stop shop representing that facility. And they would have a lease with that club rather than 50 other clubs involved. Yeah. So, and then the multi-use management committees don't actually run sport. They assist in the management of the facilities and the operation of facilities to facilitate the other sports to operate. So they can focus on their sports, and a lot of the heavy lifting is done by the representative group, the parent body, which is the multi-use sports club.
If the council moved tonight to reduce your fees by $10,000 to $20,000 for the multi-use clubs, what would that mean to your club or to the clubs?
It would allow them to have choice around a more positive spend to facilitate the operations of their club, which may well be around the employment of professional management, would take the pressure off the volunteer management, which is clearly under stress, and would allow a more balanced approach for the volunteer, and hopefully the volunteers would have a bit more life in them, and other volunteers may see that that's not as an onerous task as it currently is, because you're getting professional support. So it would, for my club, it would provide some light and some future for the management of that club.
In lieu of a discounted rent, has the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum considered an in-kind support from the council in such things as accounting or bookkeeping, asking the council to do their bookkeeping?
That hasn't been questioned, but one of the evolutions of the current management of those clubs is because of the size of the accounting associated with those multi-use clubs and the lack of volunteers stepping forward to do the the treasurer's role. I would say 90% of those clubs have already outsourced their financial management and accounting to professional services at a cost to themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just one last question. If the Christie's Beach Football Club doubled their participation rate, does that double the amount that you are charging them for subletting the area?
It would have an impact. It's by membership. So yeah, it would have there's a fee set per member.
Okay. That you receive as the
as a sublease type arrangement. But every club's got a different arrangement relative to their affiliate clubs, but it'd be something like that in most clubs.
An additional last question. Would the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum consider the notion that sporting clubs could provide a profit and loss statement to the council through a portal so that there was transparency in the way financials were used in clubs?
Yeah, I believe that's a question for the individual clubs and their membership. I would encourage the club and the executive of the forum would encourage the clubs to be open to council to show exactly what they're trying to do from a business plan point of view and what their operations are actually achieving currently, given the financial model and revenues and expenses that they currently spend.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you.
Just before I go to Councillor Dew, just to follow on from Councillor Platten's question, I'm wondering if the Sports Forum, Harvey, has ever considered that might be a condition of membership of the forum itself.
To produce their books to
so that you're fully aware of what the contributions they may be able to contribute to the forum.
They haven't considered that.
Yeah.
Based on the fact that basically it's a decision of the individual clubs.
I was wondering if the forum itself might, or the multi-use centres might think about that as a condition of membership.
To the forum?
To the forum and to the multi-use centres.
Yeah, I can put it to them, but
I'd be interested to see how it would go. Anyway, Councillor Dew, you're next.
I just have one question. I've made some phone calls and people have said to me that you're a fantastic advocate for local sport, Harvey. So I just wanted to pass that on. My question, like Councillor Platten's, is really just to clarify for my mind. I'm aware that clubs pay council, they pay association fees. Those association fees generally then go to a peak body. And many clubs have seen an increase to association costs and peak bodies, you know, over the last few years. I wonder if multi-use sporting facilities and management committees also charge an on cost, and if you have control over the pricing.
Of affiliation fees?
Yes. To the management committee, not to the association.
No, we do, but we need to balance that out with our objectives and council's objectives of getting people involved in sport and participating in sport. And each area has a different socio-economic circumstances they're dealing with. So the clubs would be very reluctant to pass on costs because the fact of reduced participation and less involvement from the community would work in a negative way for everything we're trying to achieve.
Great, thank you.
Just one quick question. What's the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum's view on contribution towards the facilities in terms of, I know that some of the facilities you're maintaining in kitchens and furniture and you were talking, but the larger type contributions to building upgrades or overall irrigation or things like that, what is the Clubs Forum keen to try and contribute or
The Clubs Forum is but the clubs themselves, they understand if they have some sort of purse that would help to the considerations. But the reality is they haven't got money to set aside for those major upgrades. It doesn't exist. It's reliant on grants. It's reliant on City of Onkaparinga. It's reliant on federal funding. They're in a position. I know one club is in a position where it can contribute to a current project. One of the 12.
Councillor Eaton.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. On your forum these days, do you have any representation from the community-owned facilities? There are 3 of them within the City of Onkaparinga at Woodlands, McLaren Vale and Cherry Gardens, aren't there?
There's no representative from those 3.
Because they're community-owned and they actually have to find all their own money. We mow their lawns, we mow their ovals for them. And one example, of course, is the only public toilet between my law and Clarendon and Aberfoyle Park is actually at the Ironbank Cherry Gardens Oval. All we give them is about $1,400 a year to maintain it. So these groups actually have to get out and find their own money. Yes, we supported Wollonga Oval in respect to the upgrade of the grandstand there a couple of years ago, and we also put 240,000 into Cherry Gardens change facilities. But those units, those areas actually have to find their own funding.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. Councillor Willett. No, it was a comment. Councillor Willett.
Thanks, Harvey. The Onkaparinga Clubs Forum, would a more appropriate title be the Onkaparinga Sports Forum, Sports Clubs Forum?
It could well be. There was some debate when the initial formation of, in fact, it was a sports and recreation clubs forum. It was, but it got watered down to the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum in that earlier debate. So,
do you get some support for volunteers from the government directly, or like all these volunteers? Are they paid? Sort of, are they given a small remuneration?
No, there's no reimbursement whatsoever. There's support from City of Onkaparinga in training and education. But there's you've got to have the volunteers first to be able to train them and educate them.
Before you said that all clubs are on the forum, well, clearly they're not, and I know a lot of sports clubs that aren't represented, but I looked in earlier on in the year, there was I think there was one set of minutes available on the internet. There's a lot more material available than now from 2022. But who is the council representative on the sports forum?
I think that's Councillor Themeliotis and Councillor Fisher.
Okay. Okay, and what about this covers the multi-use clubs? What about the single use? That's a bit of a concern.
The single-use clubs are very, very important. I'd say 85% of the clubs' lease arrangements aren't as onerous.
Yeah.
They may be in their specific world putting pressure on, but I know a bowling club I'm involved with has got a lease of about just over $4,000, whereas a lease for a multi-use sports club facility ranges between about $24,000 to $30,000 a year.
Yeah, the other big problem is the council has a huge debt, and we have to go with a hat to the state government and the federal government. They're getting a lot of GST. They need to be funneling more money back. We're paying for things like coastal development. We shouldn't be paying any money for that. But this is the council.
So a question,
issue
another question? Oh, thank you.
Okay. Speak to that question.
I think Councillor Rhett was just commenting about council activity. I just want to correct something I incorrectly said a moment ago, and that was that Councillor Themeliotis and Councillor Fisher, they're not members of the sports forum, they are the council liaison points. So just to clarify that for anyone else. Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Harvey. I just wanted to ask, what do you see as the main benefit this chamber could provide to the multi-use facilities?
I believe that lease fees reduction is a starting point. I think the chamber needs to turn its mind to the current policy settings that exist within City of Onkaparinga, in particular service levels, and they also need to reflect on the budget currently supporting. But this tonight's about the leases in particular, but I would put it on record that the current policy settings and the current budget settings relative to a significant part of our community needs addressing.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you for being here. Our next deputation, the last one for this evening, is Matt Farrell from Sellicks, Woodlands and Wetlands Action Group. And Matt, if you can find your way up here, that would be fabulous. Thank you very much. Matt's well known to many of us here this evening, and just a reminder, I think you've got some slides. Yes, here they are, and we've got you've got 8 minutes, and as soon as you get here, that's when your time will start. Let them set up. That's absolutely fine. Have you got the? Do you need the? You got it. Terrific. Yep. Beautiful. Your time starts now. Thanks, Matt.
Great. Good afternoon, evening, everybody. Thank you for having me again. I'd just like to acknowledge that we meet on Kaurna land and sovereignty was never ceded. I'm here to talk in support of Councillor Themeliotis'.
People speak a little bit closer to the microphone. That's fabulous. Thank you.
I'm here to speak in support of the motion 11.2 to plant 800,000 trees. I spoke to the council in February regarding the target that had been set by the council back in 2017 of only 15% canopy coverage, which is out of step with science, which sets a target of around about 40% urban canopy coverage. That's canopy coverage where we are. So what I'm going to do, rather than rehash that, I'm just going to go through what other jurisdictions have done, the context of the science and the council's position currently. Then I'm going to look at what's going on in the Northern Hemisphere at the moment, and finish up with the health and social costs of setting such a low target, and is why I'm supporting this push for actually 800,000 trees to be planted over the next 15 years, rather than the 100,000 only that's scheduled. So this is some stuff from Melbourne, the City of Melbourne. You'll note at the top in blue, it says the City of Melbourne's canopy cover will be 40% by 2040. They're currently at about 20%. On the right-hand side, a recent study actually backs up what I'm saying. recommends that one of the most cost efficient and effective mitigation strategies is to ensure a minimum canopy cover of 30%. This is urban planning 101. Every urban planner should know this. It's common knowledge, and it's the recommendations that are in place at the moment. This is Sydney, Greater Sydney. I think that was City of Melbourne. This is Greater Sydney, covering a larger, big area. You can see I've highlighted in yellow. Increased canopy cover, tree canopy cover, that's trees over 3 metres, to 40%. They specifically state their target goal, their goal. Okay, down at the bottom, this is an announcement from Greening Australia, which the Minister for Planning and Minister for Homes, Anthony Roberts, in New South Wales. They've dedicated 10 million to funding tackle urban heat in Greater Sydney. They're going to plant 400,000 trees in 3 years, rather than 3 years. That's a lot of trees. At the bottom again, the minister says we're ultimate aim of increasing Sydney's tree canopy cover to 40%, the industry standards, by 2036. In the Greater Adelaide Plan, it's written slightly differently. It says urban green cover is increased by 20% in metropolitan Adelaide. The Department of Infrastructure and many other South Australian documents frame it the same way, an increase by 20%, if you like. But the intent is clear and was clear if you could read the accompanying documentation. The Department of Infrastructure and Transport did this nice infographic which shows 20% increase, looking like the total would now be 45%. It's doubling, not a little square in grey there, it's a big square. So from the Department of Infrastructure and Transport, work again, looking at what is around the country. Adelaide has comparatively low levels of tree canopy cover to the rest of the country. Low canopy cover has negative impacts on the health and well-being of the community, the environment and the economy, and I'll cover that later. Increasing tree canopy cover is critically important. And on the right-hand side is a map of Greater Adelaide showing tree canopy cover. Red is where there's low canopy, less than maybe 3 metres. So we now turn to the City of Onkaparinga. City of Onkaparinga have said urban forest targets see a 20% increase in canopy cover as well as urban cover. This will amount to 100,000 trees in new verges. We planted 47,000 already. Our current cover is 12%. Jenny McGlennon, who was the strategic coordinator here in sustainability coordinator here at the City of Onkaparinga, stated in the 2019 publication, Where Should All the Trees Go? It's the yellow highlighted bit in the middle there. 12.5% tree canopy of the City of Onkaparinga is one of the lowest rates that I've ever encountered. Okay. There's been a bit of confusion or unsurety about what the actual target is. This next slide is an email I received in 2022, April, from Renee, via Richard Pete, from Renee Mitchell. The first dot point says how much we've got, 13%. It's about to be rounded up from 12.5. Our target is 2045 is an increase of 20%, which will be a total of 15%. You might ask how that can be, given what I've just shown you beforehand. It's because the City of Onkaparinga, rather than counting going from 12.5 to 32.5, have been interpreted as 20% of 12.5, which is 2.5, which when you add them together goes to 15%. The maths is just terrible, and you can only make that interpretation if you ignore the context and ignore all the research that was current at the time. So here's what's going on around the world right now. World experiences hottest week ever. This was from Sunday. Extreme heat sweeps the world from Europe to the US and Japan. That's every continent in the Northern Hemisphere is suffering badly right now because of heat waves. That was Sunday. This one's from a couple of years ago, Adelaide's urban heat norms. Okay. In 2019, where should all the trees go? City of Onkaparinga is over there on the right in the vulnerability index, 1.5. This is on South Australian councils. We're very, very low nationally, and we're low as represented in South Australian councils. Impacts of climate change and human health. There's a few other there, but the top left one is extreme heat. Heat-related illness, death, cardiovascular failure. There's other things that go to climate change, respiratory allergies, things like that, but let's look at the heat here. Shade stops the heat. Here's one from Western Sydney, I think Regional Organisation of Councils, which is a big area in Western Sydney. We've heard a lot about their urban heat problems. just the one on the left is one I actually want to point out. $6.9 billion is Australia's estimated annual productivity loss due to heat stress. When it gets hot, people stop working, things stop working, roads melt, trains buckle, telecommunication towers can be affected, lines can melt. There's all sorts of stuff with our infrastructure that is going to be very, very, very costly, far more costly than planting, you know, the extra $8 million a year that I'm asking for to plant trees to save people's lives. The costs are going to be in the billions of dollars if we don't do anything. We'll go down to the third line. We all know about the heat-related industry problems. Let's go to social and structural determinants. Housing damage from heat, threats to livelihood, disruptions at work, supply chain disruptions. If the train lines buckle, trains don't move. If the roads melt, trucks don't move. The costs are huge. To finish up, there's the graph. This is number of 42-degree days annually, measured at Kent Town. That's what we're looking at. 2019, Roscoe, I think it was 2019, said in his climate change report, this is as good as it gets for the next 20 years. Anything we do won't have any effect until 20 years' time, and then maybe we can reverse it. Plant the trees, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Questions? Councillor G.
Thanks, Matt, for your tireless advocacy. I just wondered, so the 40% and 30%, my notes are of what? So just can I just elaborate just a little bit? What we've come to learn from council is that there's land where there's infrastructure underneath, you know, and things like that where they can't plant. So I just wondered the 30 to 40% of what?
Yeah, so right. So urban canopy cover is the shade cover within an urban area. This is an urban area. Your residential areas are slightly different. And there's a wonderful report with the Gallagher Studio report, which New South Wales used to set their targets. That was released in 2021. And that actually breaks down how you can do it in different areas, whether it's an industrial area, commercial area, or residential area. But all of them have this intended goal of getting the 40% canopy cover. So you might, in a residential area, you might lean on street trees and residence areas and work with the residents. In an industrial area, you find places where obviously you can't plant, so you have to tone it down a bit there, but you make up for it, maybe planting out parks. Parks are a wonderful place. You gain more when you plant it en masse. So planting street trees in a line doesn't do too much, but if you convert some of our parks that aren't sporting ovals, you put more trees in there, and it doesn't have to be many to create this effect, but that cooling effect then goes through. There are many, many ways to do it. It's well documented. Everyone knows it's been around for a long time, and the solutions are there if we look and if you're provided with the answers to be able to vote on them.
Thanks.
Councillor Themeliotis. Sorry. There we go.
Yep, just a couple of questions. Thanks, Matt. Talking about council's urban canopy cover target, so the 15% by 2045. So in your opinion, will the 15% canopy coverage in urban areas, would that be adequate to protect our community's health and the infrastructure in 2045 from the increased heat and the climate change that we're seeing?
I'm not a professional urban planner. I'm a researcher. I'm an ecologist. I know how to research stuff, and everything that I found here, I've found simply by doing research on the internet. It is all available. It's not my opinions. This is just played out research, but if I was to offer an opinion, I'd say this target is totally inadequate to protect our population. It's totally inadequate to protect our infrastructure, and there will be massive costs if we continue with the target as it is, rather than setting a target that's contemporary with the science and the research and the latest recommendations from urban planning.
Yeah.
This is specifically for urban cover.
Absolutely. And that sort of leads into the other question, which I think you've sort of just answered, which was, is this just all your own opinion, or are you basing this on real facts?
No, this is my opinion. This is stuff that I've just drawn directly from the internet. So the email that you saw earlier was the first time I'd seen that, and usually it's projected in council notes as 100,000 trees. When it's written as 15%, that becomes a bit more shocking. I received that email actually in a request that I made over habitat targets, and I sent those numbers by mistake. I wrote back saying, hey, these are the numbers that I wanted to see, but while we're here, let's talk about it. And I sent back a couple of paragraph explanation, which has basically formed my arguments over the last few months. I didn't hear anything back, and that's sort of why I made my submission to the Urban Forest Inquiry and came to you beforehand to present the same information. Yeah.
And final question, why does council need to act now and look to the motion that's on the agenda tonight?
Because we don't have time. It takes time to grow a forest. Things take time to mature. It takes a lot of time to plant 800,000 trees. I honestly don't think we can do it. Not without help, and not with massive help from the state government. And while on that, it's not just City of Aldinga that's made their calculations this way. It's every council basically in South Australia, in Greater Adelaide, that has done this. And if you compare the councils in Adelaide to every other state around Australia, we are way under the mark. And it's because of the way that has been interpreted. So this might have been something from state government that got passed through as a recommendation. I don't know why I wasn't questioned then or what happened, but the target was set and we are now there. So in terms of time, we don't have it. The best thing that we can do right now, if we want to have a crack at achieving it, is it's going to take scaling up and transitioning to how we do things. So we increase the capacity of our nursery. To collect the amount of seed, I've done professional seed collecting, to collect the amount of seed just to do this is nuts. But I don't think that, I'm pretty certain we wouldn't have the capacity right now to achieve this. It's about budgeting now to collect the seed, grow the seed, increase your nursery, increase your environmental stuff, your open spaces, things so these people to go out and plant it. We can't be relying on volunteers to do this. The job is way too big. The scale of this is huge. And just while on scale, I haven't even come to biodiversity with you folks yet.
I might other questions. Councillor Willett.
Thanks, Matt. Where are the main heat areas in the Aldinga area?
Pretty much every suburban area. I haven't defined it down to details, but I would suggest a lot of the newer places, Secret Meadows, I think is the name of the place that's on the left as you go down there. These places with eve to eve houses, no trees, or the trees that they're planting are tall little skinny pines, pencil pines that provide no shade, palm trees, lots of pebble gardens, which is one of the major no-nos from urban planning when it comes to heat and things like that. So, and if we had a different way, those eve to eve planting, eve to eve houses, came about because we've only got a 15% target. If we'd actually had a 40% target 6 years ago, instead of building 1, 2, 3, 4 houses eve to eve, they would have had to have gone house, tree, house, tree, house, tree, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. But we're here now, and that's where your problems are. It's in the suburbs. We've got exceedingly low canopy to provide shade, and that shade is really going to hurt people this summer and in the summers to come.
A lot of people have heard of the urban footprint, which is like an area a lot of concrete's going to heat up.
Yeah.
And I've actually taken a heat gun out and onto some of the pavements, and you've got 70 degrees coming up from.
Yeah, absolutely.
On a lot of days. But some of the things that you mentioned, like industrial areas, less trees, and also railway lines buckling, they don't have the trees.
But we can plant them.
And all this comes at a cost to a council that is, so have you done the costings, and also a council that is in debt, $138 million in debt. We have priorities. This is certainly important, but if we chip away at it slowly, we don't necessarily have to keep up with other councils.
So can I just clarify that the question?
We have to keep up with other councils. We can set our own target.
I think the question Councillor Willett had was, had you done any costings? Was that correct?
But also, do we have to keep up with other councils?
So I'm not sure that I mean, you're not the council, so you don't need to answer that question, but you may want to just have a quick comment and then we'll keep moving. But
look, we don't have to keep up with other people. We have to do what the science says to protect people. The reason the other states do this is because science has gone, if we don't plant these trees, people are going to die. It's that simple. Then the cost, we're talking about planting, I think the council has said it's going to cost $8 million a year over 15 years, which is $120 million. The number I put up there on cost of productivity was $6.9 billion. That's across Australia. That's not talking about repairing infrastructure. What's the acquisition cost of this building? How much is that going to go through?
Okay, so I'm just going to leave it there. That's some big numbers.
Infrastructure, huge.
Thank you so much. Councillor Platten, you've got a question?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, Matt, and your advocacy. 800,000 trees is a lot of trees. I've done a few numbers. In terms of a per hour plant rate over the next 15 years, it looks like 12.3 trees per hour. Do you think that that's achievable? And are we aiming high to hit a number?
I'll talk about aiming high, and I'll use an analogy. We've got a sick child, doctor says, you know, we need to use this med, and you go, oh, well, we can't afford it, we're not going to do it. That's where we're sitting right now. So far as planting, if there's not enough people, you hire more people to plant the trees. As far as I can see, there isn't an option to not planting these trees, because the option is, basically we're saying, we're just going to let you think for yourselves in the future. Sorry, we didn't plant enough trees. You know, that's it. You're just going to have to find water, drink, a cool place to stay, things like that. But we can solve it now, but we have to have a crate.
Councillor Platt, would you have another question?
Yep, many. You may be able to speak to this. In your opinion, if the city of Onkaparinga was to go down this path, but the councils around us weren't, would we still see a benefit from the trees?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Look, everyone across the world is going to suffer from climate change. There's no doubt about it. The difference is going to be your local resilience and how much your local area does. And so down at Sellicks, I'm going to be better off than people here in Woodlands. Miami's going to be better than Adelaide. Adelaide's going to be better than Sydney. Sydney's going to be better than New York. And, you know, and that's with, local resilience is going to be the key, because everyone's going to suffer. There's no getting out of this.
I think that's all for me for now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Matt, thank you again for your presentation. Without showing my hand, you know where I sit with trees. Thank you for answering a couple of the questions, especially from Councillor Themeliotis and Platten. I applaud you on those figures, Dan. You've basically identified, and tell me if I'm wrong, that currently our target is dismal. And the $800,000 tree is aspirational, but somewhere in between, we've got to come to plant more trees in our canopy.
Yeah, we have.
Do you have that? Hang on a second, Matt. Do you have a question, Councillor Fisher? That was the question. Okay, just checking.
The 800,000 trees, I actually don't know the figure. That's been based off the figure that City of Onkaparinga's put, 100,000 trees, which I've questioned because it has no context. I would rather see City of Onkaparinga aim for a target of 30% canopy coverage as a minimum. That is vaguely represented by 800,000 trees. I'd rather 1 million trees. I don't think 500,000 trees is going to cut it. The number's going to be way up there, but that would be in the report that I hope is commissioned tonight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But the target needs to be set as a percentage of shade.
So there's a few comings and goes here. Councillor Willett.
Hi, Matt again.
Thank you.
Being sort of into the science, if this coverage is achieved, you may have worked out how many degrees it would go, given, say, if we've got 50 days, that how much it will lower temperature around the place. That's one thing. And also, if you're able to achieve this coverage, how much will the cost come, given that also these trees need to be watered and cared for, or not to mention planted, seed gathered, and we have to have a nursery.
So to cover the second one first, I think the council's estimates of what they're doing now is going to challenge 8 million in the future. It's a reasonable scaling up. It's a back of the envelope one that's been done by council. But the figures are probably right, $8 million, $10 million, something like that. It would have to be worked out, definitely. 10 times what you're paying now. What was the first question again, please?
No, I think that was.
How much will it lower?
Oh, yeah, how much will it lower? My understanding is that every 10% canopy coverage it relates to 1 degree of temperature lowered. And that doesn't sound like much, but it is actually significant. It's a difference between the building and the ground feeling like 50 and being in a shade tree where it's only 28, 29. Like that 1 degree of air temperature translates to comfort in a big way. So this would make a significant difference to people's comfort, livability, survivability in the future, particularly for younger children and older people.
Councillor Eaton.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Just what's your comments in respect to deciduous trees?
I don't like exotic trees. I think that most Australian trees are not deciduous. Most maintain their leaves all year round. I think that, and I'm an ecologist, I'd like to see there's a massive biodiversity problem, so we need to plant as many natives as possible. Deciduous trees are often planted because people want winter sun. I think in the future we're not going to be worried about warming up on winter days, and we're going to be much more concerned about having shade in the summer. One of the things with deciduous trees is it's a massive nutrient dump into all of our waterways and everything like that. So, and the trees soak up all the nutrients, put it all into their leaves, grow a wonderful thing, and then throw it all away. Which is bad for everything around them, but also that nutrient dump into our creek lines is a massive nutrient dump which fosters weeds. So then the weeds grow massive, our creek lines become unmanageable, and the natives get crowded out because Australia is such an old continent. All its plants are used to very low nutrient levels in the soil. So when you add extra nutrients in, you overdose the natives and you supercharge the weeds. So I'm not a fan of deciduous trees, and if I had my way, I'm going to
certainly in some urban environments, what they do is they provide shade during the summer, but in the winter they actually let the sunlight through. So with freezing cold days like today, you can actually wander around and feel the sun. And they don't create the fire risk.
So the fire risk, I'm going to leave it at that, Councillor Platt. I know you would, but we've got 3 more questions here, and I'm going to call that to a day. So I'm going to take one more from Councillor Platten.
Thank you. Could you briefly just speak to land availability in the city of Onkaparinga and where we could possibly put these trees?
Yeah, 800,000 trees is one place to put. Your parks, like I said before, massive opportunity to plant major plantings to create massive amounts of shade, which would flow into the surrounding community. Encourage residents to plant a tree in their yard, stop the building of E2E. That you've got to lobby state government to change your planning laws, because that's what's really breaking this. Out the front of, no more pebble gardens, out the front of on street villages where you've got one tree planted in a little pebble garden, plant out the pebble garden with understory shrubs, little flowers, little bushes and things like that, because that adds to the combined cooling effect. The cooling effect with lower shrubs and stuff like that doesn't really kick into 40% coverage, but they're easier to get in. You can get someone's yard planted out. I noticed Mount Barking in the last week we're giving 25 native trees for $20, I believe is the deal for any resident who wants to buy them and plant them. That's a fantastic idea. The more green cover, the more green we get out into our suburb, whether it's council doing it, private doing it, companies doing it for green credits or whatever, I don't care. Just plant some trees.
Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for your deputation. I love your passion. I love your advocacy. I think it's great. We need more trees. I'm with you. I was going to ask how you saw the role of development in trying to achieve that target, because I know we've had a couple of conversations to that, and you've spoken to Eve planting, and I'm on the same page with you with that. So I'll go straight to my second question, which is about if you know, just a quick overview or summary, if there's grants available, or in particular if you know how Greater Sydney is actually planting those 400 or fitting the bill. 400 trees.
Australia got a grant from the state government for that one. That's what that was. The scale of this is huge. I understand it. I'm hoping I'm able to convey this to you. You're not you can't do this on their own, not financially. It has to go to the state government, particularly when you consider that it's every council across the state, across Greater Adelaide. The state government needs to come to the party and give you all the money and employees to do the job. I would suspect it would have to go to the federal government. And I think we basically need an entire policy shift on what we value and stop promoting housing as something just to keep building houses. I did some research the other day. We've already built enough houses to cover our population growth past 20%.
So I'm just going to digress from the topic. So this is going to be the last question I'm taking on this. This is from Councillor Willett.
Last summer, I was wandering around with a heat gun, and it was quite amazing the amount of different surfaces, the temperature fluctuation. My question would be to you, and maybe also the council: do they consider the actual the heat reflection off of materials when they're paving and doing that type of thing?
My understanding is that the heat we're talking about is that reflected heat, the hard surfaces and stuff soaking up the heat, drying it back out, and also just reflecting it back out. That is the major issue, and that's why we need the shade. If the shade is there, the things don't get as hot. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. I've just got one. I'm just going to ask the acting CEO to make a comment.
Councillor Willett, through the mayor, the council's undertaken quite extensive urban heat mapping right across our council area, and you can go on our website and see where our hotspots are, and our tree program, 100,000 tree program, is aligned to that.
It's a beautiful map. I have to say, it was one of my favourite parts of the council to visit is all our gorgeous map making team. They are very, very helpful. Thank you, Matt. Thanks for your time tonight and all the questions.
Thank you, everybody.
I'm just conscious of our time too. I'm going to see if I can test the chamber for a 10-minute adjournment. Councillor Greaves, you're moving to support that. Councillor Fisher. Thank you. And just to alert just all those in favour for a 10-minute adjournment, thank you. Just to alert the gallery that we're having a 10-minute adjournment, and there are a number of people who made deputations relating to items on the agenda. There are items 9.3 with the sporting clubs and fees, and items 11.1 and 11.2. So those of you who are following digitally, you'll be able to look those up. So they are a little further down the agenda. I just wanted to be aware of that if you have other commitments this evening. So we'll return. So I I'm wondering if the staff can take their seats as well, please. Thank you. So those following along the digital version, that's page 17. And given that we have 360 plus pages, we have more work to do this evening. So item 8.1 is for the minutes from the strategic directions. Councillor Themeliotis.
Yeah, moved as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkes, are you seconding? Any questions? All those in favour? The item is carried. Thank you. Item 8.2, which is the Southern Region Waste Resource Authority report of the board meeting of the 26th of June. I note that Councillor Pritchard was away for that. Councillor Themeliotis, are you moving?
Yeah, moved as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pritchard, you seconding?
Second, and just a brief comment on it.
You're very welcome.
I have been in contact with the CEO of SWWAN and been through the minutes of the meeting, as well as the agenda item for the meeting. Just a couple of quick notes in the constituent report. There has been some changes to the turn right onto South Road until the completion of the Ostrich Farm Road, Harbour Road intersection. And so there is now some progress on trying to advocate to the state government for that one. There's been a lot of progress on the communication and education strategy with workshops conducted by SWRA and the constituent councils. And just a couple of notes that were not in the constituent report, but I've got approval to talk about. There is a growth in employees at SWRA, which is great, both from growth of business, but also a reduction in labour hire and casual and consultancy. So, and a new contract with a local business, or a renewed contract with a local business at Adelaide Falls. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favour? Against? The item is carried. Thank you very much. Item 9.1 bylaws review, and I believe there is an update. Is that correct? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, members, through the chair. We had questions from Councillor Bell and Councillor Dew, and the answer to those questions have been put in members' folders. I also provided some advice just to clarify the purpose of the recommendation that we're receiving tonight, and that is that it's to endorse the bylaws that council has proposed. They've been out to public consultation. Just in relation to the provisions for plovers and vehicles, I wanted to clarify again that the foreshore bylaw sets council's policy position on the distance that vehicles must be separate from a plover nest at 20 metres. So that's 20 metres either side, 40 metres in total, depending on where you are on the beach. But it also gives council the power to decide where vehicles are permitted on the beach, which is exactly the same as the current arrangements. But when the bylaws commence, the arrangements that are in place today will continue on. So tonight, you're not making a decision about changing any of those provisions. You're just making a decision about introducing the bylaws to have them remade, ready for the 1st of January 2024. Thank
you. Do we have a mover? Councillor Bell. Did you want to ask a question? Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Greaves.
Thank you. I'm very happy to second it as written.
Did you wish to speak to the motion? Are there any speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. Thank you. And thank you everyone for all the work behind the scenes. Very much appreciated. Item 9.2, climate change response plan. I understand there's a brief update here as well. Is that correct? No, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong list here. Apologies. Do we have someone to move the item? Councillor Wilkes, are you moving or did you have a question?
No, I'd like to. I'll move the item, please.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Greaves.
Thank you again. Happy to second as written.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Yeomans, question or debate?
Just got a debate, if I can.
Okay, time starts now.
I'm not too sure how to go about this, but it relates to the second recommendation 2, which talks about the attachment 2. And my concerns in relation to the finances, the attachment, the number 2 there says approves the proposed additional actions and enhancements in response to the climate emergency declaration as an addendum to the climate change response plan, which is attachment 2 to the agenda. And encompassed in that, there are some financial considerations that if we go down this path, we're approving. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on that. I think it's what's important to note from my perspective is that Untitled is doing a pretty good job when it comes to its climate response, and we're one of 20% of councils, both statewide and nationally, that's publicly acknowledged its priority and commitment to reduce its carbon footprint. In doing so, I think it's important that we as a responsible council do what we can within our means to contribute to reducing our carbon footprint, and this report demonstrates we're doing just that. Along those lines, I certainly support the proposal to continue to focus on actions that decarbonise our operations through direct action before considering purchasing carbon credits to offset our emissions. There are 22 proposed actions outlined in attachment 2. What does concern me is the financial implications as outlined on page 143, including the additional resource of 1 FTE at about 120,000 a year for up to 3 years. I'm not sure if that costs include superannuation and leave entitlements, plus costs for various programs as outlined in the report, the total $35,000. So we're getting close to $400,000 here that we're going to commit, that I'm reluctant to support without knowing a lot more about the need for the additional employee, the potential outcomes of these programs, and whether we actually need to complete these actions in the first place. It's really important to acknowledge again that this council is certainly doing its bit around climate change, but it is also important to keep things in context. and acknowledge that this nation produces approximately 1% worldwide carbon emissions. So I can only imagine what small contribution to worldwide carbon emissions this council is responsible for. I think if some of these actions can't be delivered within the existing resources, so be it. However, if some of these actions are considered priority actions by this council, we need to consider grant or other funding options prior to simply adding costs to our already challenging budget. We've just approved the 23-24 annual business plan, and I don't think this is the right time to be considering spending additional funds on this. My preference is to explore opportunities to implement any unfunded actions via reprioritisation of existing resources, partnerships and grants, if these actions are considered a priority. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Yeomans. I'm just going to ask Councillor, the staff if they want to comment on that in terms of the finances. Happy to take that. Thank you.
Through the Mayor, thank you for your question, Councillor Yeomans. I think when the Chamber passed the resolution around declaring a climate emergency, staff went away to be really clear around what do we need to do and outlining the tasks that we would need to achieve that net zero by 2040. And so there's been a lot of work that's been done, that's went through the workshop that's included in your papers to outline those key things. But I think council staff have been quite clear around what would be the resourcing from the administration to do those extra pieces of work. However, this is over a 17-year timeline, and further in the report, it is saying how we will be looking to reprioritise the annual budget. We will need to come back to the annual budget. We've been very clear and upfront around what the administration costs will be to achieve the resolution that the Chamber passed. So it is not something that we need next year or straight away. I think the report stated that we'll be continuing on with the actions that we can undertake within existing resources. However, there will be funding grants, there will be reprioritisation, annual budget processes that we'll be undertaking over the next decade and beyond to achieve that net zero target. So there's no additional costs from our budget related to this report. Yes, yep, correct. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Just a debate.
Okay, thank you.
I support the recommendation and note the progress report. And if I could quote from the discussion, I just want to congratulate the council on the significant progress that they've made in addressing climate change thus far, in prioritising as required, in responding to obviously the community's needs and survey, and to our motion earlier this year. And obviously the highlighting that the climate change response plan contains 79 actions, 12 complete, 60 currently underway, 7 planned to commence. So I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Roulette, question or debate?
A question, as the council with such a large debt, this is going to cost a significant amount. How have we got into this debt, please?
So I'm going to hand that over to the acting CEO, but I just want to note again that this isn't asking for any additional income or expenditure in this fund over and above anything we've already pledged. Through the Mayor. So obviously the debt, the current debt that council is in isn't directly related to this report that we're asking the Chamber to consider. The debt has been incurred over many years, and obviously that's through borrowings for significant major projects undertaken over many years, and that's really that's really what it really boils down to. There has been some attempts through the recent long-term financial plan to start returning the council to financial sustainability, but that is the work that you as a chamber will be undertaking very shortly, where we're really looking at our long-term financial plan, our community plan, and our strategic asset management plan together to start looking at how we're going to look at our debt and the long-term financial sustainability of the council. And I'll just pass over to Ines here, who will provide a little bit more detail on the actual climate change response plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor, just to be clear, with the recommendation in here around adopting these additional actions, if they're adopted, they'll be added to our existing climate change response plan. And what we've proposed is that would be no additional cost for this financial year. So we would reprioritise existing work to deliver on the actions that have this year next to them. And then for subsequent actions, if they do have a cost attributed to them, they would come back to the chamber through the annual business planning process, or if we receive grant funding, obviously that might be another avenue to fund it.
Thank you. Any further questions? There being no further questions, I'm just going to check. Does Councillor Wilkes, do you wish to close debate? So I'll put the motion as written. All those in favour? And all those against? The motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. Item 9.3, so this is page 177, Sporting Club Fees and Subsidies Review. And there is an update. Thank you very much. Joan.
Through the chair, we received a question from Councillor Pritchard. That's been provided by email and providing notice.
Thank you very much. Do I have a move? Councillor Themeliotis.
I'd like to move with one change, which is number 2.1, changing that to 90-10 instead of 80-20.
Did you grab that? 90. One.
Yeah, just the first
of two. The first dot point in two. Yeah, 90-10.
90-10.
Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's it. The rest remains exactly the same.
So you're moving that item?
Yes, I'm moving that item.
And do we have a seconder for that item? Councillor Fisher, question, or are you going to second it?
I'll second it and see what the will of the chamber is.
Do you wish to speak to the item? Are there any?
Yep. Okay, thank you. I'll speak really briefly because I think the deputation outlined everything. First, I want to start off with why we established an Onkaparinga Sports Forum, and it was an opportunity for all the sports clubs to come together to talk about the stresses, the pressures, the concerns the sport clubs are facing, and come up with recommendations and advocacy that they bring to this chamber, with the hopes that this chamber would then see what's happening and implement some change. So why have I gone with the 90-10? Well, I think that's a middle ground there where there'll be some alleviating of pressure for our clubs, but it's not a 0%, because I think what I heard around the chamber and even in the wider community, I think paying something towards utilising a council facility should be in place. So I'm just trying to alleviate some of that pressure. And that pressure has come over years of time where sporting clubs, you know, in the early 90s, there wasn't all these regulations, legislative requirements, increased responsibilities that were going forward, increased governance responsibilities and management responsibilities for clubs. And over time that has changed. Even through the pandemic, that's put another element of pressure on clubs. And what I don't want to see clubs do is one, fold, or two, pass on fees to kids, because the more and more increases to fees, and I never think that money should be a barrier for children to be able to play sport or be active and healthy, that's what will happen. It'll get passed on to our residents, to the kids, and what will happen is those parents with the cost of living crisis that's happening at the moment, they'll pull their kids out because they can no longer afford to get their kids active, social, healthy as part of their local sporting clubs. So this is exactly what I'm trying to do, is that meeting in the middle to alleviate some of those pressures. Harvey mentioned a couple of things, and he mentioned that clubs are at breaking point. And I think some of us, because we're all council liaisons on different sporting clubs, we've sat on those boards and we've sat through AGMs and we've seen, one, the crucial positions are not being filled, being chairs, being secretaries, being treasurers' roles. And clubs going forward are at that crunch where they're deciding if they can actually continue going forward and it's viable, or if they have to come into council's hands. You saw all the roles and responsibilities that clubs undertake now, and there's a mammoth amount of tasks. You know, even I would struggle to be a volunteer for any sporting club when I've got all those roles and responsibilities to take on. So I'd like you to consider this. If they're not taken on by volunteers who are dedicated to our sporting clubs and dedicated to maintaining our facilities, doing the security for our facilities, doing all those roles and obligations for our facilities, what's the alternative? Well, the alternative is like a Marion Council model where they've got a paid full-time staffer in each one of their sporting facilities. I guess for Marion Council, lucky for them, they have got a minuscule amount of sporting clubs compared to us. So that's a significant cost and that's a significant risk to council if we have to take on every responsibility that clubs take on, which is the timetables, which is the hiring of the facility, which is the food, the bar takings, the finances, the paying of staff, which would be a management staff and a treasurer, all those tasks that came on. There's a whole list of them that I'm not going to go through. Then I want to talk about the pressure the volunteers are under and why people aren't volunteering. Well, people have mentioned that it's about the jobs and what's entailed for a volunteer and it's an impost and it's too much. But for me, there's a wider issue with volunteers and I've mentioned it before and I'm going to mention it again. And it's about value on volunteers. We place, and this is as a nation, we place no value on volunteers because if we did, the retirement age wouldn't be ticking on to 70, the retirement age would be in the 50, 55 where it used to be. So then people could dedicate 10, 15, 20 years of service to their community clubs because they have that time. They are not essentially doing two jobs. To wind up really, really quickly, I hope that you would support this as a middle ground option to help us supporting sporting clubs across the board and alleviate some pressure.
Thank you. Councillor Ju, are you speaking with a question or debate?
I'd like to move an amendment.
Yes, we can do that. What's the amendment you've got in mind?
To 80, so returning it from 90 to 10 to 80 to 20.
Okay. Yep.
I'm allowed to? Is that right?
Yes, because the first thing was a recommendation and so the motion was Councillor Themeliotis' motion.
That's not an opposite, like I'm saying help and one saying keep it the same.
I'm just going to check that. Thank you for being so on top of it. Yeah, I think it's reducing the intent of the motion.
Okay, so I can speak against it.
We can speak against it. Let's keep the motion as put, which was 90-10.
Sure.
And then the chamber can decide whether this motion continues and gets passed or not.
Yep.
So we've got electric vehicles in front of us here. Thank you. So it's 90-10, correct. Okay. So you're going to ask a question or debate?
No, I'll just go straight to debate, thanks.
Okay, time starts now.
So firstly, I just want to note that we have just passed a budget. I've actually taken it upon myself a little bit to contact some of the associations across the Onkaparinga as well as clubs in the South Coast Ward. And they've all stated that, for those who I've spoken to, that they understand the purpose of paying a lease and supporting the current fee model. I think we need to be looking at this more holistically, seeing the interconnectedness and multifacets that our fees are one of many factors at play, and reducing fees does not actually address the issues that many sporting clubs and associations are experiencing and have suggested are underlying issues. Topics raised to me include actually the timeframes of issues being fixed when maintenance by council is included within the lease, the increasing cost of affiliation with associations and peak bodies, what we see as our asset within scope and what we don't, as well as the state sports voucher and how that stops at year 9 when the hardest age group to retain for clubs is young people from years 10 to year 12. I would like to see council considering ways we can provide even greater advocacy. If we do support this 90-10, it can potentially create a precedent across the city because these breakdowns may also be reflected then in community centre use and all the other facilities that we have across the city. So we don't really know the impact that will have unless we have more information around it. So at this stage, I won't be supporting this motion, but I'm really glad to see that staff will be undertaking the governance and financial analysis if the recommendation gets up.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton. Question or debate?
It's a question.
Go ahead.
What's the financial implications of this 90%? I think we've just passed a budget and we're trying to be responsible to our whole community. That's 100% of it, those that pay the rates.
Thank you. I think I'll just get to an officer. I think officer, you can help us with this one.
Yeah, through the mayor, back of the envelope number based on what's in the report, 50 to 55K, I think would be the figure that change.
Thank you. Thanks for having that on hand. Appreciated. Councillor Pritchard.
Just one question first, then debate. Just the bottom dot point on the number 2, 50% council contribution for recoding of community-owned tennis and netball clubs. Where does the other 50% for those recodings come from?
Can you answer that one for us?
Through the chair. So with that, council contributes 50% and then clubs contribute the other 50%.
But the community-owned tennis courts,
yes, community club tennis courts. So not community courts that council have, it's club courts that we're referring to.
So isn't that covered in dot point 4 about it?
No, it's through the chair. The dot point above is council owned facilities.
McLaren Vale, Woodlands.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you wish to debate?
Yeah, I wanted to debate.
Okay, thank you.
I want to debate against 90-10 and give it 80-20. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the quality and amount of work that volunteers and sporting clubs contribute, and specifically some of the members of the OCF that I've been fortunate to meet recently. It is clear that these members have put decades of service into their clubs, and I suspect that those members of those clubs at those locations have been successful. I also want to acknowledge the council's overall maintenance team and the support they have provided by the clubs. I drove through the Brighton Bombers football car park on Friday night, and the amount of mud on their oval is amazing compared to the example of McLaren Vale and McLaren Flat ovals that I was at the weekend. I agree with a number of the items from the OCF, including this concern around the rise of complexity of running sporting clubs, which require paid expertise to operate. I share their concerns about volunteer members. I've served for many years on the McLaren District's Junior Soccer Committee, and this year's AGM quorum was only made by ringing family members of the community come down. But it goes beyond the committees. As a team coach, I struggled to get canteen assistance from my parents, and for the last 2 years, they have been paying kids to run the canteen. On a positive note, the McLaren Vale Tennis Club has had a big upsurge in committee members in recent years, led by increased female members, including the now president and treasurer roles. 5 of these committee members are enrolled in this year's Women in Sport program, which is very exciting. I accept that clubs are aligned with our community plan and contributing enormously to growing participation in the community, which they are demonstrating clearly. Having said all that, clubs want better facilities, and I'm a believer in a few items that I think the community agree with. I think a level of user pays is appropriate. I think club contribution to capital improvements is something we should consider. And I think the council needs to be looking to generate revenue from all of our assets, including our sporting facilities, to assist our financial position. Just a couple of points to try and highlight. Around capital contribution, I'm a member of the McLaren Vale CFS. We would like to upgrade our station, but we're a long way down the needs list compared to other stations. So we are looking to contribute as much as we can to the cost of the upgrade. So far, we've raised over $120,000 over the last 5 years through a lot of social activities. The Wollonga Rec Park has the Almond Blossom Festival coming up next weekend on the 29th and 30th for those that are interested. Chilling Festival, a beer festival, a folk festival, a jigsaw festival, and lease with the education department to use the hall for cinema nights, they were asked record. All of these events contribute to the facility, including recently upgrading the Richmond Hall site. Revenue opportunities. The McLaren Vale Sporting Complex has a spare shed that they lease commercially, and they lease the car park seasonally to a contractor with large vehicles, which all goes back to the facility. I'm very keen for council to look into these types of arrangement at some of our facilities and other sort of years of revenue. Does the McLaren Flat or Happy Valley community know that the council is providing their oval facilities for their schools to the education department for, in my opinion, a very small amount? I would really like council to be involved in how we can negotiate these leases rather than leaving these to the multi-user sports facilities. I support the 80-20, but I think we need certainly a lot of assistance to these clubs to try and reduce complexity where possible, and taking on some of the expertise or leading a co-op arrangement to share between these clubs. I think we should look further into any double ups of compliance or insurance costs or any other areas that we can make it easier for volunteers to keep running our clubs. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Platten, question or debate?
Actually, I have to declare a conflict of interest. It's a general one. Obviously, I'm going to be staying in and I'll be debating. I've already given my pay for it.
Thank you.
Could
you explain what it is?
I'm a sponsor of the Port Nine Football Club. It doesn't financially impact me if this decision goes through, but I just want to make it clear that I do have an affiliation there. I've got a couple of questions, if I can. Have clubs always paid lease fees?
Happy to answer that.
Through the chair, we can certainly take on notice to confirm that, but we believe so.
Yeah. And with the 80-20 model, has there ever been, you're allowed to take this on notice, a time where a club has paid 100%?
Through the chair, not to my knowledge, I think it's been a heavily subsidised fee, and the lease fee is contribution to the building maintenance and then obviously sports ground and court maintenance.
So 2.4 refers to a 50% council, 50% club contribution to tennis and netball court maintenance costs. This is currently at 78.22, is that correct?
Through the chair, yes.
Can you explain to us why there's been such a big increase in that number?
Through the chair, so in particular court maintenance, the recoating costs have increased significantly over years, and that fee has not been revised. It's just gone up by CPI as part of our fees and charges schedule, as opposed to a review based on actual costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkes, question or debate?
Question, please.
Go ahead.
Did the council know what the multi-use sporting facilities charge the clubs underneath them that use the space? Through the chair, no, we're not privy to that information. In conversations, sometimes they advise us what that cost is, but it appears that they have different models because we have a set fee for some sub-user groups. Harvey mentioned that theirs is based on participation and those for their sub-user group. Okay, so when we talk about the clubs being in a distressing financial situation, does council have those figures? Do we know what clubs are suffering? Through the chair, no, we don't have financial oversight of the clubs. A survey where we request financial statements from clubs. As per the response that was provided, we don't. Of the 64 householders, we had 15 reply, and they have varying standard and timeframes. So council does engage through our open service program where we do needs-based training, engage with clubs, offer health checks. So there are a number of channels in which clubs can approach council if they're having financial trouble, and council is proactive in engaging in clubs.
And so you can ask a question?
One more.
Go on.
Now, I wanted to ask about just the subsidised water package came in for clubs, so that now and I wanted to ask what was the proviso behind that? Through the chair, so at that stage there was a drought and clubs were in financial trouble, so council implemented an interim council model for that where council paid the full cost of it to an irrigated open space level and 50% of the cost for it at a sports ground level. Was that requested by the clubs or was that something that council provided? As chair, that was advocated by clubs. It was meant to be an interim, so it was for 1 year, and we've maintained that to continue a high level of support to clubs. Okay, I won't debate for now. I'll say that.
Okay. Councillor Yeomans.
Just a couple of questions if I can, then I'll debate if I can. Just in relation to number 4, which I like, talks about having council operational health checks, including governance and financial analysis, will be undertaken. I'm just going to ask the question, has this approach been taken before? And if it has, can you please describe what the process would look like?
Through the chair, so yes, the multi-use sports facility, there was a project in 2020 where we engaged with clubs to understand any challenges. There are a set of recommendations that came out of that. What we're proposing is to re-engage with clubs, obviously after COVID, to check those recommendations and then to look to see whether there are any priority challenges or opportunities for clubs.
Do you wish to debate or have a question?
Just a quick one. Yeah. I attended the Uncompringing Clubs Forum presentation last week, and during that presentation, one of the issues that resonated with me was a significant increase in government regulation and compliance in recent years, and how that has cascaded down to the sporting clubs in their efforts to comply with these regulations from an accounting, bookkeeping and revenue and venue management perspective.
It did appear to me as though these responsibilities are more in the realm of professionals as opposed to the traditional unpaid volunteer. These professional services come at a cost, as do the ongoing upgrading of facilities and maintenance of these facilities across the council area. I've been involved in sport all my life, from playing and coaching to watching my kids play. Now the grandkids are running around. I've seen the benefits of sport within my family and also my professional life as a police officer, encouraging kids to participate in sport and receiving the benefits of playing sport, developing skills and qualities they can draw on in their personal lives and professional careers. So consequently, I'm certainly keen to support sporting clubs where I can. We've heard the deputation earlier, and I empathise with the challenges facing our sporting clubs that deliver so many benefits to our community. Reviewing this report, one can see the costs associated with running these clubs to the ratepayer. And although wiping off or reducing the financial contribution from sporting clubs is being sought by the clubs, I think the responsible path is to conduct some checks and balances beforehand, which is why I like the idea of council working collaboratively with the clubs in their endeavour to undertake the operational health checks as outlined in the report, with a view of supporting sustainability and operations of our numerous multi-use sporting facilities. I would hope the sporting clubs would embrace this opportunity that may identify efficiencies that enable the clubs to access the services they require to help them meet their contemporary regulation and compliance provisions of today, and at the same time not impose adversely on our challenging budget in making these services available to the clubs. So consequently, I'd like to see the results of that work prior to considering reducing the rates, and I'll obviously support the 80-20, not this one.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher, question or debate?
Questions, Mayor. Director, first of all, to Dave, just that bottom line figure again, 55,000. That's the difference adopting this. Thank you. Question, Joanna, in respect to, I mean, half the problem, a bit of a preface here, is half the problem is Marion and I have had discussions with these groups, but there is no vehicle or way to communicate that discussion here. So I'm going to have to ask a couple of Dorothy Dix type questions.
Go for it.
Okay. So has the council ever helped clubs out that are in debt?
Through the chair, yes. Council offers repayment plans if the club requires it, same as ratepayers. Council also with our club relations officers and our sport development team staff, they actually go in and work with clubs, so do health checks, provide training, like I said, and there's a number of support mechanisms as well.
The discussion moving forward from the forum, we've ended here, we've ended up here, but can you let the chamber know the direction we were headed prior to this?
Through the chair, so I'm just checking.
So we've got that we've signed off for, but moving forward in the future.
Can I just check? So this is this any different to the budget? Is that what?
Yes.
The origin. Yeah. So this proposition, is that separate to? Is it the same? Does it marry with what we've already passed, or is it outside of that?
Through the chair, yes, it is about retaining the cost sharing principles that have been endorsed by council previously. And then we obviously have the multi-use sporting facility project that we're undertaking as well, which is looking at health checks, financial and governance health checks with our multi-use sporting facilities, which we're doing with our community facilities as well, which is another way.
And generally, to your experience, do sporting clubs or organisations like councils coming in to have a look at their financials, for instance?
Through the chair, in the engagement that I've had with some clubs, some are open and others are not. In conversations with the Community Clubs Forum, I've certainly expressed that they would like to retain control of facilities, and hopefully they'll be open to some support as well.
And one final one, it's a bit of a philosophy, but obviously you work for the council, but do you have a philosophy that supports sports participation in this council?
Through the chair, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no further, oh, yes, I do, sorry, councillor Wilkes, are you wishing to debate?
No, I just wish to ask a governance question, and I'm sorry to do this. So if this motion before us fails, yes, we go back to the original one that was recommended. Sorry, that was.
You can create a new motion.
Cool.
Yeah, that's right. So what appears in our papers is a recommendation, not a motion. The motion is what's in front of us. I'm just double checking. I'm very good. So, councillor Themeliotis, do you wish to close debate?
Thank elected members for their debate on this and the points they put forward, all very valid. I just want to go back a little bit and remind you of a couple of points to consider before you make your final decision. And again, council set up this Onkaparinga Clubs Forum to allow clubs to get together and share their concerns, their pressures, their stresses, and then make recommendations and advocacy and come to us and say, here's the issue, guys, help us out. And I get a little bit concerned when we would rather see our clubs fold or get into massive debt and then come and ask for help, rather than alleviate some of that pressure now and help them go forward in helping themselves. So let me just repeat that again. We would prefer for clubs to get into massive debt or fold and come and hand over the keys to us, then alleviate some of that pressure. This is me trying to meet them in the middle, alleviate some of that pressure for them, and then go forward and help them with all those other elements that they've mentioned. So what I'm trying to do, elected members, I'm trying to say to you that there is a risk and it's coming our way, which Harvey has mentioned. The risk is coming our way. And they're asking for a little bit of that pressure to alleviate going forward, because what's happening, as he said, breaking point. Clubs will fold, keys will be handed over, there will be debt. Now, whose debt is that? Well, that's our debt. We would have to address that. So we could either take the smaller hit now or the harder hit later. Now, if clubs fold, if anything does happen in that way, what happens? Who suffers? Well, the people that suffer are all the kids, all the athletes, all the players. They're the ones that suffer. I heard an elected member say, you know, we've got to look at all ratepayers. Well, here's a novel little fact that I can tell you, that the parents and some of these athletes are ratepayers. They contribute to this city already. So they are just one element of a bigger part of our community. So elected members, don't allow our clubs to go any further into pressure and breaking point and stress. Don't allow them to get into debt and come begging to us to sort out the issue. Help me help our clubs across our city alleviate a small portion of that pressure, and then going forward, work towards the other steps that we've mentioned around governance, around a bit more transparency around the finances. So this is just one step of multiple steps. So I hope elected members would see fit to support this and then other measures going forward.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I've had a division request. So all those in favour, please stand. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Stafford, Councillor Platten and Councillor Themeliotis. All those against, please stand. Councillor Wilkes, Pritchard, Eaton, Yeomans, Willett, Greaves, Dew, Bell. The motion is lost. Thank you. Okay, so the motion is lost. Does anyone wish to keep moving to the Councillor Fisher? Oh, sorry, Councillor Fisher, can you say that again? Sorry.
To move the original motion, 80-20.
The recommendation as it appears in our papers,
yes.
Page 177. Okay, do you wish to speak to that? Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Wilkes. No, you can't. So, Councillor Platten, are you moving?
Yes,
are you seconding it?
Second it, but I would like to move an amendment if I can.
Yes, no. We need a seconder. We need a seconder. Councillor, sorry, Brooks, are you seconding? Oh, no, I want to move. No, Councillor, I can see that there's a lot of excitement here. Councillor Jew, you're next on this list here. Are you seconding the motion? Thank you. I appreciate your help. Okay, now Councillor Wilkes. Councillor Fisher said he didn't need to debate. I asked him. Councillor Wilkes, I believe you might have an amendment. Is that correct?
Do you have an amendment I'd like to move? I have, it's in note 4, Sue, if you have it. Thank you. So I'd also like to add in 2.2 up the top, Sue, which I didn't send to you, but to prove to maintain the cost sharing principles, but review the below rates when the future report, which I've added in number 4.
So, and review.
Yeah.
And review the
below percentage amounts. I'm not sure of the wording.
Yeah, that's okay. On receipt of the report, correct, to the chamber? Correct. Okay. And then the other item was further down.
So I should be setting up.
I think it was at 0.3, was it? 0.04. So would you mind just scrolling down and 0.4, the report comes back to council in April 2024. Okay. Are they the two? Did you wish to speak to that?
Yes, please. Go ahead. Okay. There's no doubt how amazing our sporting clubs are. I'm a huge fan of them. I think the volunteers go over and beyond. Speak to them very often. I just think they're great. But I believe that trying to give the clubs a 10% kind of cut on their lease fees is just a band-aid over a bigger issue. I've been speaking to clubs since I got into council, and it just seems like there is something there that's not 100% functional. Point 4 asks for, so it extends the original recommendation that kind of asked for a review of the 12 council-owned facilities and 3 community-owned multi-use facilities, but it didn't have a date on it. So I've added a date. And then I've also asked for the council to explore the state government facility use contracts that happen on the site, because currently every multi-use sport facility is trying to arrange their own contracts with the state government. And there is quite a bit of, I just think that we need to get a good report, a good wholesome report that outlines, what these multi-use sporting facilities are doing, get an individualised understanding of where they're at, and then look at how we're going to kind of give them benefit, because they are so important to our community. But I don't believe just giving them 10% off their leasing and saying, here you go, it's going to fix anything, because 8 years ago we did that with the water, and we, said that we're going to provide them drought relief, and then, it's still there, but again, it's not really kind of fixing that issue. So I think it's really important that the council explores the situations that they're at. The multi-use facilities at the moment are the ones that are governing all of the individual sporting clubs. We're not sure whether the individual sporting clubs are in financial hardship or not. I mean, they can tell us that, but we need some hard facts. We need to know what's going on. We need to understand what clubs are struggling and how we can best individually cater for those clubs. So that's what point 4 does. And then after the report comes back, then we can review the 80-20 model and get some more clarity around, maybe individualising that. So that was my aim with this amendment.
I suppose just to clarify that in item 2, when you're talking about the report, you mean the one listed in item 4. Okay, so it's not the sporting fees and subsidies. So it's a receipt of a report to the chamber as described in item 4. Does that clarify it?
Will need to be more than just clubs and fees and subsidies.
Sure, yeah. So, but it is that same report. So, of the report to the chamber, of the report to the chamber, make it the definite article as described in item 4. So, because that is more than fees and charges, fees and subsidies. It's about governance and it's about health checks and things like that. So we will not, your intention is that we would have that piece of work done first, and that would inform a decision process around the cost sharing arrangements.
I understand the cost sharing arrangements will not be decided. Cost sharing arrangements will not be decided.
Will not become implemented until July 1st, 2024 anyway, so this decision that we're making tonight is not going to give immediate relief, it's going to be July 2024, so that's why the April 2024, when this report comes back, because there was quite a lot of work in there, I thought I'd give council lots of time, we can kind of make that decision.
Sure, got it. I'm just going to make sure that the administration are clear about what the intention is. Did you if we need any clarity? I'm here. Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, I think we are just seeking further clarification, Councillor Brooks. So the decision today is for when the fees kick in the 1st of July 2024. So the decision we're making now is for that. And then, but you've asked for a report to come back in April 2024 to look. So you're looking at changing the fees for another 12. That report is looking for the following year because, well, this decision's about. So we give clubs enough time to prepare for that fee in July 2024. But then you've asked for a report to come back in April that looks at revising some fees and charges that have yet to start.
Well, we'd look at the fees and charges, the 80-20 split, so they would be, from my understanding, the council was only going to offer less fees so that it's going to be a 90-10 split, or as Harvey's requested, 100-0. So I don't think Harvey's going to come back and do a deputation in April 24 that says, please give me a 70-20. So clubs will only be preparing for what we've already stated in here, or an improvement of that.
And through the chair, we're proposing as part of the next steps to do a communication package to our clubs, letting them know that obviously the fees really, so we're trying to give them as much time as possible, so it's 12 months notice of the fee change. But with the recommendation or amendment, it requires that just so not saying that they change in April, the fees have come in and after we've notified the clubs.
So if I remove the point, the clause I added in point 2, then that allows it not to be changed, I should suggest. So, I mean, the report findings will be pointless essentially.
The report would inform future work, but not the fee setting for the following financial year.
Pardon?
Let's just, if you delete of a report, and there's that last phrase as described in point 4, you're not wanting to link. I know you're wanting to link them. The advice we're getting from the administration is that would not give the sporting clubs the 12 months that we had hoped to give them, and that's what we're trying to avoid.
Okay. So if we don't link them, I think I'm trying to get point 4 is I'm trying to get a direct correlation between the health checks and decision making. So it may be that it's like a step 2. Step 1 would be the communication package. I'm happy for you to remove what was in point 2 then. If that seems to bring an issue up, we cannot review it. I'll keep it as written in point 2, but I would like, do you have any issue with point 4?
Does that make sense?
Government have an issue with point 4? That's okay.
That's fine. Yes.
Okay. So if we can't review it in April with the findings, then I guess we're going to have to just.
So that would be a 12-month, and then we would begin the next process after that. Okay. Do we have a seconder for this amendment? Councillor Themeliotis.
I want to debate and not second.
Your second and debate?
No. I want to debate and not second.
Okay. Do you want to debate, or do I need a seconder? I need a seconder first. Okay, Councillor Greaves, are you seconding the motion? Do you have some questions?
I actually have some questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So as this recommendation states in point 4, it talks about a report coming back to council and a financial analysis of our 12 council-owned and 3 community-owned multi-use sporting facilities. From what, two points to this question. From what the officer responded to in an earlier question, getting information out of these clubs is obviously a challenge. Some are very willing to share, but others are not necessarily so. Is there any way that council can actually compel them to be a part of what is proposed up here?
Through the chair, something that's really encouraging, and I think multi-spending facilities would want to be a part of this type of review. Certainly, it's quite good, and recent conversations with some of them who said that yes, they'd like to start that check soon. So I think we get response because the outcome is an action plan without further supporting those clubs.
Okay, so the second part of my question then is around the 3 community-run facilities. There is no lease with them. There is nothing apart from I think some subsidies around watering and maintenance. Again, I mean, I'm sure I've been a part of the Wollonga Rec Park for many years before Jordan very gratefully stepped in this year. But you know, could we compel them? What's the benefit to them? The chair, you're correct. It's hard to compel them. Like I said, hoping with that engagement, they would be interested in undertaking this project. And we'd be strongly encouraging them so that we don't have any leverage per se to make them do it, but we would hope that they would be interested in doing it. Yeah, certainly. Look, I'm happy to second this. And in a very brief debate, I think that landing where we are with the status quo is the right place and the right time, because, you know, in as much as we've heard information from our clubs forum, and certainly some of us have heard directly from our sporting organisations, the challenges that they're facing. I think as a council, we do need some hard facts. You know, we need to understand what their financial positions are, where they're spending their money, where they do need help, where there's professional assistance that's required, where the pressures are coming, particularly from state and government, around all of the requirements for auditing and financial reporting. This, you know, as part of the process council does go through, we are giving them a long lead time. We're not actually changing anything at this stage. But it is important, I think, if we are going to make some really sound decisions in the future and identify the best way that we can support our sporting clubs, that they participate and basically become a bit of an open book with both the committees that manage the multi-use facilities, but also the clubs that are a part of those groups as well, because I think that gives us all of the information that we need to actually make a valued decision. And so, look, I'm happy to support this position going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Fisher. Question, debate?
Where am I? I can't debate, can I? Because I raised this the first.
Yes, you can.
Hey, governance, man.
Yeah, sorry.
To close.
You get to close.
Excellent. Well, I've got a question then. Joanna, this is not one of those Dorothy Dicks. This review that's spoken about in 4, it's not a new idea, it didn't happen just tonight. Can you explain the process that we have been through and where we went? And I did ask this question earlier, it obviously flew over the head of some of the people in the chamber. But what was the plan of council moving forward prior to this motion being laid?
Through the chair, so this is an action of SARA to undertake the multi-use SWWAN facility to develop the government's financial action plan. So it's a planned project. I think timing is perfect with the concerns that have been raised by the Community Clubs Forum, and the outcome of this project, as I said, is to re-engage with clubs to understand any priority concerns and to develop an action plan that we're going to implement to further support clubs.
Thank you. Where are you? You have a question?
Yeah, it is a question, which obviously would also encourage the user groups or the sporting groups to provide their financial statement, financial income or profit and loss, whatever.
Yes, through the chair, so part of the project includes a financial health check, looking at governance, looking at other business cases, for example, so it's a really detailed project.
Councillor Themeliotis.
Your question or debate? One question and then going into debate. My first question, with the report, is this revitalising the 2020 actions and continuing on from that?
Through the chair, there were a set of recommendations that were made as part of that 2020 project. We are now engaging to check those because obviously a lot's happened since that time with COVID, and it's to identify any new priority issues.
So re-engaging the 2020 stuff then.
So building on,
continue on. All right. Now debate. Elected members, I don't know if I should spend the next 4 minutes just laughing my head off. And I'll explain why, because you weren't part of a meeting that I was part of with council staff, where I was very clear with council staff. Wouldn't it be better to reignite the 2020 engagement first and then talk about lease fees? And I was told, point in time, we should act on the report that's coming in front of us. And I couldn't understand why you wouldn't re-engage the 2020 stuff and get all that information first and then do the lease fees, because what this has done is basically give clubs zero opportunity to actually look at their lease fees now. So I'm saying the advice that I received from council staff was not appropriate, and I should have gone harder on reigniting the 2020 stuff first and then looking at the lease fee. I was very clear in that meeting that we were going to lose one or lose the other, and this is where we've lost. And really briefly, elected members, so clubs have to wait 9 months now and go through this engagement process that could have some outcomes. So for 9 months, clubs will struggle, suffer, have those pressures. They're not going to go away, they're going to continue. Someone told me once that insanity is doing the same thing again and again and again and again and hoping for a different outcome. So I'm praying to the gods that this time it works. It's not. Because again, we set up Council and Onkaparinga Clubs Forum to get clubs together to share their concerns, their pressures, their stresses, and come to this council and stand in front of us and tell us what help they need, what recommendations they need, put it to us and expect us to act on that. If every person came to this lectern and spoke to us and we didn't act on it, we wouldn't be doing our role as elected members. Councillors, it's a shame that we're going to go with the same outcome and expect something different. It's not going to change. It's a real shame, and it's an actual disservice to clubs that we didn't reignite what I said in that room next door, reignite the 2020 engagement first. I was very firm on it and got pushed back like anything, and then come to lease fees, because now the lease fee opportunity is dead. It's absolutely dead for our clubs. That is not an issue for councillors. That's just to give you some insight in a conversation that we had with the sports forum and council staff. I've just learned now that I've actually got to back myself a little bit more, because I was absolutely right in how this chamber would feel. And I think if you had that information first, the lease fees would have been a separate conversation and they would have complemented each other. So all I'm going to do is publicly apologise to the Onkaparinga Sports Forum that we got it so wrong for you.
I'm just going to seek some clarification from the staff about that.
Thank you. Through the chair. Excuse me. With all of this work, we're guided by the council endorsed sport and active recreation action plan. Now that was endorsed in, I think it was mid-2021, Chris. A series of actions. The priority action that was identified in consult with the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum was the review of lease fees and charges. So that's a priority project. Now we sat down with the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum executive and we worked through the project brief and the project scope, and it was agreed that that was the project we'd progress as a priority. And also when we're developing the sport and active recreation action plan, work closely with the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum. So they've been working with us as part of the whole process. The project that's identified in item 4 there is also on the sport and active rec action plan, and that is the next priority project to be implemented. So the order of process we're undertaking, fees first and then this work, is directly in line with the council endorsed sport and active recreation action plan. And we've been engaging a discussion that with the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum for a number of years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Councillor June.
Sorry if I've missed it, but I've got some questions. I was just wondering what councillor Themeliotis is talking about.
You can only have questions because
that's
you're
fine, really.
go.
What was councillor Themeliotis talking about? Sorry, that's just literally what I wrote. In relation to the 2020 engagement, I don't know if, or like, I definitely don't know.
Can you take that? Thank you.
Through the chair, there was work done on with the multi-use sporting facilities back in 2020, and it's acknowledged we've been working with these groups for a number of years. But again, that work predates the Sport and Active Recreation Action Plan, and that was considered by council and endorsed. And again, yes, we're building on that 2020 work, but the first priority was fees and charges. That's what we're putting in front of you now. And as per the dates in the action plan, the next priority is this multi-use sports facility work, which we're looking to move into now.
And just following up on that, so we obviously have the community plan, we have the sport and active recreation plan, and then what's the engagement piece? Where does that fit? Is that an engagement plan to inform or?
So we've got the community plan, you're right. We've got the sport and active recreation action plan.
Yeah.
And within that action plan, there are a number of actions.
Yeah.
And because it's a 5-year action plan, we've got actions for years 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yep.
Year 1 action was fees and charges review. We're moving towards the end of that now.
Sure.
I think year 2 action was it was either in year 2 or 3 is this multi-use sports work.
Okay, and is that what we're calling engagement? Sorry.
Yeah. And engage with the clubs as part of that process.
Okay.
Yeah, so I haven't got a copy in front of me. We're happy to circulate it again to members.
Yeah.
And look, I respect the comments, but the work we're doing is in line with our endorsed plan.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just didn't know the background. I wondered, am I right in thinking that the fees are reviewed yearly in this conversation?
Through the chair, yes, they are. As I mentioned before, some of the fees have only gone up by CPI and not been based on real costs. They will be continued to be annually reviewed. As part of the leases, the rent fee is calculated through that, and that's reviewed by CPI each year.
Yeah. So essentially, the report that Councillor Wilkes was talking about comes back to us in April that could then inform 2025.
Correct.
Yeah,
through the chair, yes.
Okay, good. I just wondered if we can include in the lease agreement or an MOU agreement with community owned facilities the need to engage in providing their books. Can it be actually through those sorts of what do you call it?
You mean through a contract?
Yeah.
MOU?
Yeah, or through funding if they receive a grant.
Through the chair, yes, we can certainly explore those opportunities.
Yeah, awesome, that's great. I don't know if you can tell us this, but how many clubs are members of the community forum?
Through the chair, the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum has an executive, which my understanding is there's 6 members on the executive, and then there's also 2 council representatives on the executive. That's the executive itself.
Sure.
The council's liaison officers.
Yeah.
Now, with respect to the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum itself, it broadly represents all sporting clubs within the city of Onkaparinga. But those clubs aren't necessarily members of the forum. The forum just represents their interests.
Yeah, sure.
So forum meetings are open for every club to attend. Whether they attend or not is up to that club. So there is no formal membership. The forum is there just to represent the interests of those clubs. Where and if and when and how they engage is up to each individual club.
Okay. And I know Councillor Willetts raised some things before in relation to the forum. Where does that now sit in terms of governance? Like if we initiated it by the sounds of things, did we not initiate?
No. Through the chair, it's a community-led forum, and that's why when we speak to the elected member involvement, they're not members, they're purely liaisons.
Sure. Thank you.
Councillor Wilkes. I have a couple of questions, just because I'm really not happy that we can't review it. So I'm just going to ask some questions around it. That's right, I'm just licking my wounds. But the question I would like to ask is, so when the report comes back,
in April 2024, we'll be able to review the cost sharing principles? I'm expecting you to say no.
Through the chair, my understanding is the decision tonight, point 2, there'll be a council decision on the cost sharing arrangements, and that those arrangements will be implemented from the 1st of July 2024.
Okay.
So that'll be a standing decision.
And that's for an annual, for one year?
No, that'll be for ongoing. That's when new fees will be introduced.
Okay.
And then in the interim, we'll be doing the work in point 4. We'll be doing that further work, working with multi-use sports facilities, and that report will come back to council for its consideration.
Okay. So the report comes back because we're not aware what clubs are struggling and they're not forthcoming. No one's identified or come forward. And it's heartbreaking to hear that clubs, could be struggling. If the report comes back and we do find that, is there any, can you stop an elected member like myself, if I saw bringing a motion forward to allow that club to be able to have relief in their lease arrangements?
I'll just through the mayor, Councillor Wilkes, the chamber can make any decision it wants. So when that report does come back, if you chose to bring a motion and change after you have that, you could, because that's what the chamber can do.
Thank you. I thought so. Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Platten.
Hello. Just a question to begin with. Has the council administration ever considered incentivising clubs being open and transparent about their financials by giving them a discount on their rent?
Through the chair, not to my knowledge, council has set conditions around the subsidies that are provided. So that's around access to areas and pictures outside of use. And there's some other conditions, like there was a 50% subsidies, and there's some conditions around the water charges subsidy. So I don't think we've looked at incentivising financial statements. As I said, we issue an annual survey, leaseholder survey, where we do ask, and some clubs do provide it, but not all.
Is it legal to ask for it?
Yeah, we can ask as part of our lease conditions as well.
I'll move into debate if I can.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. So, I mean, I think I'm not alone in understanding where, especially the multi-use facilities are coming from. Their administrative costs are continually going up, and they're, from what I can see, their main money maker, which is their bars, are reducing. So while we increase the costs of their buildings, we also increase the costs of their rents. And it is a concern to me that they have come and they've asked for help. Evidently, I'm quite wishy-washy on it and can't make a decision. But what I was going to move as an amendment has essentially been done, and that is to bring a report back with a financial analysis. Is something I think is really important for the chamber to be able to understand, especially for those 12 clubs that are multi-use clubs, to show us what the financial impacts are of having such a big club, and how that structure works. I think that there needs to be a lot more finessing when it comes to that strategy of the way we attribute costs, and I would like to see the chamber reconsider that moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Pritchard, question or debate?
Can I debate on this one?
You certainly can.
I just want to support this motion in its form. Certainly the dealings I've had with the McLaren Flat Recreation Ground already demonstrate that they need some assistance in terms of understanding their requirements and how they can best operate the facility for all the sports clubs that are engaged there. I think there's 7 different clubs that operate under them. I've also been to a number of Wollonga Rec Park meetings, and they've been very forthcoming in their financial and situation and their master plans and details. So I don't think there'll be anything that they'll be holding back in council, because they're really keen to be part of the council area. And certainly the McLaren Vale Sporting Complex that I attended the AGM, and the way that the clubs are operating there and the assistance that they need to operate as a single unit. So certainly I think that this report around how we can look at those 3 clubs in particular that I know about, and I'm sure that a number of the other ones are there, are going to need this health check. And as from my debate from earlier around, what we really want to do is try and help as a council operate these clubs so that volunteers can continue to operate them. And I think anything we can do to assist is really important. So I support this.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton, question or debate?
It's clarifying a point in respect to the formation of the clubs forum. They actually did a presentation to council in 2019, and it was actually called then the Southern Recreation, Sports and Surf Life Savings Club Forum. And I said, why are we calling it Southern? And they said, well, it's south of Marion. I said, no, this is the city of Onkaparinga. And those of us that live in the north, south is past Morpeth Vale. So the name was actually changed, and I was actually on the forum with one of the 2 elected members for 3 years, right from the time it was formed. The other point that I've been trying to get over that period was the community-owned facilities to be honoured at all. They didn't want to do it. And of course, I believe that Gymnastics used to be going on to it, they don't get invites anymore. So anyway.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to put this amendment, but Councillor Wilkes, did you? No, I'm not putting the amendment first.
No.
Put the amendment. Oh my goodness, I'm getting a little gold star here. So Councillor Wilkes to speak? No, you can't close the debate in a minute. We have to vote on the amendment. So then we will get Councillor Fisher to have a turn. So sorry. So we're putting the motion, we're putting the amendment as written, as you can see. All those in favour? All those against? So the motion is carried. Thank you. I'm now going to put the original Councillor Fisher to close. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Never mind. We already lost the original 90-10. Okay, in a previous, so I'm not going to talk about the wall again. A real problem in that we have a breakdown in information and how it's reported back to the chamber. I respect the independence of the chamber to make decisions, but I think as a city, as a council, we need to start taking minutes and making them available to every elected member. Paragraph 4 I see as a bit of a tacked on afterthought. It's what we are already doing in the process. Marion was right when she was referring back to that 2020 figure and the debate around that. We had that underlying theme that we would look at this in 12 months' time, and this gave the clubs an ability to forecast for that, with the fact that there may be some reduction depending on where we were in the budget and things like that. A couple of times tonight I've gone to the CFO and asked for that figure. It's 55,000. So the figure that was reported at the forum wasn't accurate. And as I said, we've already missed that opportunity. We've got clubs coming to us that are struggling, and that's the issue that I have concern with. We've answered all the questions about football clubs and paying players and those sort of things out of session. People in this chamber don't want to see groups take advantage of the ratepayers by asking for things that they're not entitled to, if they're generating it elsewhere. Going back to that part 4, you've already said it a number of times as well. We're not going to get everyone on board to show us their financials. It's not going to happen. So we're going to have a picture of those that contribute. And in that conversation that we've had in that forum, it was positive to hear that they were ready to actually push that to their sporting groups for that. It's also refreshing to hear people like Harvey say, well, maybe we need to put a bit more pressure on the footy clubs, that sort of thing, so that we, instead of saying participation rate, look at something else where they can actually raise funds for that particular club. Is it representative of the city? Everyone's had an opportunity. So there's areas from the northern community, Happy Valley have jumped on board this year. There is a lack of tennis. There is a lack of netball, but it's not for lack of trying, because we have sold that message to them to come on board. So I try to stay away from wards and everything else. It's a whole of city problem that we've got. As I said, I would speak against the motion based on, I think it's incomplete and doesn't satisfy the reasons why it was brought to council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to put the motion as amended now, which is what you can see in front of you. So all those in favour and all those against. Division is called, so all those in favour, please stand. Councillor Fisher, sorry, I did wonder about that. I was dying to stand up. Councillor Stafford, Wilkes, Pritchard, Beaton, Yeomans, Willett, Greaves, Platten, Dew and Bell. And those against, Fisher, Themeliotis.
Oscar.
So, got all that? Thank you very much. Okay, item number 9.4, the RAA vehicle charging station. I don't believe there's an update. Is there someone willing to move this? Councillor Bell.
Yes, I'll move. Thank you.
And Councillor Eden, are you seconding?
Yep.
Any questions? Any debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? The item is carried. Thank you. Item 9.5. So those of you who are following on the electronic version, it's page 227. We have an update with a short presentation. And who's doing that? Thanks, Ines.
Regarding the revocation process for 2 parcels of land at the Aldinga wash pool. So while there are many areas of interest for the wash pool, from thousands of years of traditional owner use to ecological restoration to car access to water catchments, tonight I'll focus on its recent proclamation as a conservation park as context for the report that's coming to you. So as you may be aware, in January 2022, the then Minister for Environment, David Spears, proclaimed a package of land holdings at the wash pool, which you can see here on the map, along with the existing Scrub Conservation Park as the Aldinga Conservation Park. So that gives the whole area status under the National Parks and Wildlife Act. It means greater protection for the 67 hectares of high biodiversity land, which provides valuable habitat for at least 79 native species, including a threatened coastal salt marsh, which is nationally listed as a vulnerable threatened ecological community. So this very brief timeline shows a huge long history of the site. The wash pool is one of Adelaide's last remaining coastal freshwater and estuarine lagoon systems. It's also part of the Jabuki Dreaming Trail and contains registered sites under the Aboriginal Heritage Act, including numerous archaeological sites and artefacts.
Proclamation of the park was a culmination of many years of restoration and advocacy work by community groups. And Council too has invested many years and resources into caring for this significant ecological and cultural place in our city. And Council continues to undertake maintenance and re-veg work there. And of course, we also continue our advocacy work with Department of Environment and Waters and other partners such as Green Adelaide. In the lead up to the proclamation, Council endorsed a set of role statements outlining its position on key aspects it would advocate for during the Department of Environment and Waters Park Management planning process. So these role statements were endorsed in May 2021, and a copy is included in your yellow folder and also as an attachment to the report. So the role statements were there to provide sort of high-level policy direction on areas of importance to Council and community, including things like management, access, ecological values, community involvement, including data management and more. So one of those role statements is that Council wishes to see all parcels of land, including those we own or under our care and control, included in the conservation park. So this will allow for holistic and integrated management of the washpool site, as well as the protection afforded by the Act. So when the park was proclaimed, it was considered stage 1. And so one parcel that was under our care and control transferred to due. Since then, staff have been in negotiations about what might be in stage 2. And we would like that to include several remaining parcels, including so the parcels you can see here in blue today. So the revocation process for these 2 parcels that we're talking about tonight are the 2 in pink that you can see here on the map. So just to be really clear, the revocation process for these 2 parcels does not include anything to do with Button Road. So if the report is approved tonight, we will proceed to community engagement in August as per the report. So separate to this is a community engagement that will be undertaken in September as part of Council's resolution on the NOM on Button Road. So messaging about this is quite important, because obviously the engagement regarding Button Road may well attract a lot of passionate views and diverse opinions about different matters related to Button Road. Whereas the land revocation engagement that the report tonight is about is simply about those parcels of land and people's opinions on them going through this revocation process. So while these negotiations and engagements are going on, DEW has actually started its park management planning process. And I won't go into that in detail because we've requested that DEW Park staff actually come and present to elected members as that progresses. But just a few things you might be interested to know is that a co-advisory committee has been established with Ghana representation on that, there to look after this park and 2 others, and that community pre-consultation, they're calling it, has actually already started. So in summary, the report for your consideration tonight is another step towards achieving Council's position of having all the parcels of land included in the park boundaries. And the next touch points for Council, just briefly, are that hopefully soon we'll be able to secure a date for DEW to come and give a briefing. You will get an engagement report following the engagement for this report, and then the Button Road NOM as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dewey, are you asking a question or moving the motion?
I'm moving a motion. I'd like to also put in another item, so 4, and include that the Mayor writes a letter to the Minister, Susan Close, the Minister for Climate, Environment and Water, requesting Minister for Climate, Environment and Water, requesting consideration for the Pebble Bank to be included in the plan.
So this is an item around the revocation.
So I include that. So
I'm just checking to include the Pebble Beach. So I'm just checking though if it's actually.
Well, I can change my language.
Yeah, so I'm just wanting to check. Okay. Who's going to answer this to help with this? Just this is around clarification of what's in and what's out in terms of the folio and allotment numbers and things like that.
So Ian will be able to speak to this. in more detail, but my understanding is this community process is very specific to those parcels of land because they're currently community lands, but
I think it's to do with the
it's not to do with the banks.
No, I understand that. So what like I'm trying to put forward is could we approach the minister to see if she would consider the Pebble Bank to be another parcel of land that we could revoke?
Okay, got it. Let's just clarify whether that's actually possible within this process.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yep.
Yeah. Because it doesn't mean it's not possible, but whether it's possible in this process.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
yep. Appreciate that.
How are you going with that?
Yeah, look,
Yep.
so thank you. Through the chair. Look, my suspicion is in fact that is Crown land already. It's just under our care and control.
Okay.
So that is the status of the foreshore area.
Interesting. So we can't revoke our care and control of it?
Yes, well.
Exactly what is it and isn't within our care and control in relation to those.
Would you like to just take this? Because it doesn't need to be.
So you just take it as a question on notice for the staff? Yeah, so the question let me just see if I'm getting this right. So the question on notice to staff that for later is at a session is that clarification on the status of that land and clarification on our care and control. Is that correct?
Do you want to refine it, Ian?
Okay.
Yeah. Of the Pebble Bank in particular. Yep.
So you're happy to have that on notice?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
And I'm more than happy to move it as written then.
Yeah, I'm just going to
through the Mayor, Councillor G, there are many processes going on regarding the Aldinga Washpool, the Conservation Park, and also the Minister is looking at cars on beaches and doing a whole piece of work around that as well. And during her visit to the Washpool, one of her officers did talk about, about the Pebble Beach and what could be done there. So there are conversations happening. This is probably not the right place to add it in, but we can certainly take that on notice and provide some advice around what we can do from there.
Great, thank you. We need a seconder, don't we?
Yes, we do. Councillor Bell, are you second? Councillor G, would you mind just undoing your Councillor Bell?
Thank you. Yes, I'll second. And if I may, just quickly just make some comments how exciting this is. It's very much support, and I'm very excited about the Conservation Park proclamation, the scrub and the washpool and the 67 hectares. Also the idea of the extra piece of land that could be included in that in the future. I grew up in this area in my teenage years, and I can remember playing in sand dunes that now don't exist, sadly. So it's wonderful to see that this area is being preserved. Thank you.
Apologies, Councillor G. Do you wish to speak now? Or you're happy to close? There's no further speakers, so go ahead.
I just wanted to say something super quick because it's getting late. Just that it's great to see that we're contributing to a holistic view of the washpool by revocating the land to due. And I really wanted to, and I'm sure Councillor Yeomans would be the same, congratulate so many local groups who have advocated for the protection of this space to ensure continuous better protection for the washpool. We've enjoyed meeting with them over the time, and they have a lot of value to add to our community. So it's been really great.
Thank you. And we did have a very successful meeting with members of the Gunayuta Park Advisory Committee and the Minister for Environment. So, the dialogue is definitely open. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? And the motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. 9.6. I don't believe there's any further update, but I'm just going to double check. No, I'm correct. So this is on page 265 for those of you following electronically. Do I have a mover, Councillor Themeliotis?
Moving 1 and 2A.
1 and 2A.
No need to debate as written.
And thank you. And seconded, Councillor Platten, or do you have a question?
No, I'll second it.
Do you wish to debate?
Not at this time.
Councillor Wilkes. Councillor Platten, can you undo your, thank you.
in page 271, the financial summary, it's noted here that it can be undertaken internally by staff, or an external consult can do the work at the cost of 40 to 50,000. So my question is, are staff capable of being able to do that review?
Yeah. So through the chair, we do have staff that would be capable of doing the review. We would need to review what other projects are happening, and that would be the consideration between whether it's done internally or through an external consultant. The benefits of an external consultant is it does add a layer of independence, but certainly staff would be capable of undertaking the review if that was the decision that we went with at the time.
I want to move an amendment to make sure staff do it, so we're not spending $40,000 to $50,000 on a consultant to do it. So what's the chances? I'll ask another question. What's the chances that staff will take the option in August to do it themselves or use that external consultant? What's the percentage?
So through the chair, I believe that we would have capacity at that time to undertake the review, and part of why we have recommended it be pushed until this date is because of some of the other priorities we've got going on at the moment, which should hopefully be finalised or at the tail end by that time.
Okay. So can I?
Yes, certainly. Would you be willing to entertain a suggestion from Councillor Themeliotis?
Go for it.
So Wilkes, would you entertain commits council staff to commencing a rate review? So at point A, it says commits, and then council staff commits council staff to commencing a rating review in August.
That's exactly what I'm looking for.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkes.
I do appreciate this excellent collegiality. We don't actually need to have the A then either, I don't believe. Councillor Platten, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Platten, for your support. As the seconder, Councillor Eaton.
Question, by that date anyway, shouldn't we have any response by the SCOSA for their review?
Through the Mayor, that is correct. We'll have the response by the end of February.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? The motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. That lovely cooperation to witness. 9.7, this is to advise, as we've heard tonight, the elected member liaison role is an important one that we all value, and this is to appoint Councillor Themeliotis and Councillor Eaton to act as liaison for the Rotary Club of Flagstaff. Councillor Jew, are you moving?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eaton, are you seconding?
Yes, I'll second this. They just took a long time to get it up because I had discussions with them 12 months ago.
Thank you. Any further questions, debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. 9.8 is the elected member training policy and plan. That's page 277. I don't believe there's an update. So do I have a mover for this? Councillor Bell.
I'll move.
Thank you very much. Councillor Themeliotis.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions? Any debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. Confidential items quarterly review. I don't believe there's an update for this either. This is item 9.929, page 295. Do we have a mover, Councillor Themeliotis?
Yes, moved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Eaton. Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Eaton?
Yeah, just one, the Hopwood Theatre matter. I think that's now all agreed, so that probably can be released during the next period.
So put that out for notice so that we can next period.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. Item 9.10, council and reporting schedule. This is on page 341, and we're asking the council to note the reporting schedule. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Themeliotis.
Thank you.
Councillor Bell seconding.
Yes.
Any questions, debate? All those in favour? All those against? The motion is carried. We now have a series of questions on notice, and all of these are answered or will be in the minutes. Adopt a tree, developments of neighbourhood residents' rights, subdivisions, resident usage, council funding and developments fines. So thank you, Councillor Themeliotis, for keeping us informed of the issues in the community. And now we move to the next section of our agenda, which is motions on notice. And our first motion on notice is from Councillor Themeliotis. Would you like to move the motion?
Yes, I will. And I note the time, so I'm going to debate really briefly because Emma gave a really smashing deputation and was really clear with elected members. It's actually really refreshing because we never have a club come to us and say, this is the issue right now. We want to be open and transparent with you and let you know what's happening. Usually what happens is a club will develop first, and then during that development, we'll go, costs have gone up, and then come cap in hand after. Whereas this club is saying, look, this is the issue. This is where it could go, but we're doing everything we can. And we saw the response from council staff, and council staff are continuing to work with Hub Gymnastics to bring those costs down. We'll also get a subsequent report that will outline what's happening. So we understand that costs have gone up because we haven't gone out to tender. Time constraints and architect designs, all these things cost, but the club is working with council staff and vice versa, very collaboratively, to find savings and ensure the project remains within budget. Look, it's a really simple one here. They're not aiming to spend the 500,000, they're looking to bring it in a lot further. If anyone's interested, they can ask council staff on where everything is progressing, and I think it is actually progressing quite well, but there are some increases in costs, but we're going to do everything we can to work with the club to mitigate those costs. So I hope that you'll support this just to give some assurance to that club, so then they don't have to keep coming back and forth to the chamber when there are issues. They've got a bit of leeway to ensure this development goes ahead. And why do we want this development to go ahead? Because they're actually the biggest sporting club in our council area, with 800 members, a wait list of 300 members, predominantly a female sport, but there's male teams as well. They pay commercial rates in our city as well, which is really important to note. The only thing that I'm absolutely jealous of is that they're not in my ward. So I hope you can support this.
Councillor Fisher, question or debate? Or seconding?
I'll second.
Thank you.
I'll debate as well. So echoing, and I have some questions as well. I'll start.
Which one do you want to start with, the questions?
I might start with the questions. So thanks, Matt. Much the same as the previous one. Both Marion and I have been present with staff and the hub over this journey, recent journey. It is in Pimpala, and it's the only sporting complex that we've got. It looks like it. You might add the basketball court across the road that's solar powered, the light. But the questions I got, Matt, is along the lines of what Marion was saying. So the point we're at in relation to cost savings is a concept at the moment. Can you just take the chamber through where we've come from and where we are at present?
Certainly. So through the mayor, a few months ago, we completed initial concept designs. We were working through a value management process, looking at options to reduce costs to arrive at a concept we were comfortable moving forward with. At completion of that process, we had, and for context, this is a $5.45 million project. So these may sound like reasonable size figures, but in that context, they are not as significant as others. But we arrived at an estimated shortfall of about $620,000 on our concept designs. But working with the club, and Emma touched on earlier, a number of the cost reductions that we've agreed to with the club. We arrived at about $286,000 of savings. That's things like removal of signage, reduced kitchen fit out scope, joinery, offices, removal of some specialist gym equipment. And that got us to about a $335,000 forecast over budget cost. That was a completion of concept design. There were a number of assumptions in the design at that point, a number of design issues that hadn't been fully resolved and technical investigations that needed to continue. So at just over 300,000, that was a reasonable enough figure for us to commence and move into the detailed and technical design aspect of the project. We're in that process at the moment. So we're continuing to work through that to understand the technical constraints and considerations with the aim of completing detailed design by around early August, at which point in time we'll then have a revised and updated cost. That'll be a complete technical set of drawings, and with the intent that we can then proceed to tender. And as with all these things, we work with estimates, we'll make decisions on scope and cost. But ultimately, once we release a tender, we get prices back from the market and we have a builder price. That's the point at which we have a firm figure for delivery of the scope of work that has been agreed. So that's where we're at as a kind of very simplistic overview, a very complicated process. So
just two further questions.
Oh, sorry.
The funding relationship with the feds, and second, and why do I always forget the second one? Just go with that and see if it comes back to me.
So the through the Mayor, the funding arrangements for this project is that we have $3 million of state funding that was made through a state election commitment, and we've received that funding. We have $1 million commitment from the federal government. That money we have applied for a grant. We haven't yet heard back, but it was only recently applied for. So we'd expect that to be confirmed funding in the coming months. We have council contribution, which council has approved of $1,011,000. That was a report considered, I think it was in August 22. And we have, through this chamber, made a decision to contribute some LRCI round 4 funding. That's our local roads and community infrastructure funding of $443,000. So that makes up our $5.454 million budget. And that's the estimate we're working to.
And it did come back to me, the commercial or the leasing relationship, without divulging any confidentiality clauses in relation to commercial and confidence. The alternative accommodation in the refit that Emma spoke about.
So through the Mayor, back in August when we were working through our timeframes and our report to council, we hadn't fully considered what arrangements we need to put in place during the build. This is probably about a 12-month build. It's significant. It's going to be of major impact to the club, and they won't be able to operate from that facility during that time. So we will need to relocate them to another premises. That's an issue we're continuing to work through with Emma and the club. It's not resolved at this point in time, but we expect they'll need to find a space. They take up a very large area. It's a 1-court basketball court size plus supporting community rooms. They run a variety of different types of activities in. And so we're continuing to work with Emma on finding an alternative location. At the moment, one of the ideas that are being explored is a commercial space, as Emma touched on. And so there will be a cost to lease that space, and that cost will be in addition to the figures that we talked about to this point in time. So they are not in the $335,000 current forecast overspends. There's an additional cost for leasing space during that period of time.
And just finally, my final question, just in relation to what your understanding or staff or council staff understanding of in principle arrangements.
So through the Mayor, I'll attempt to, my understanding of that would be that council are generally in agreement with the idea, the intent, but probably require some additional information to come back to make a final decision and commitment to the fund.
Debate.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Very short. I support the recommendation. Obviously, I've seconded it. This is an in principle agreement where we may even come under or break even. We don't know yet. It's at concept stage at the moment. The Hub Gymnastics Group, rightly so, are concerned with their future. The impact upon operating a 12-month period away from the club rooms is also something that's concerning to them, but the council is involved in that process as well. The commercial nature of their the amount of money that they spend to occupy that particular venue, it may be cash and it might be the same amount. We don't know yet. So there's a lot of unanswered questions, and I seek what Marion does, support of chamber to proceed with this particular motion.
Thank you. Councillor Greaves, a question or debate?
Bit of both.
Go for it.
So I'll start with a couple of questions. You mentioned the $1 million federal grant that was part of the original package. Can you just unpack to me why that hasn't actually been formally approved yet? And what are the risks?
Through the mayor, so there was under the former government some funding allocated towards the project. Under the incoming Labor government, there was a commitment to provide the same funding or equal funding. Since the Labor federal government came into power, they've asked us to follow an application process to secure that funding. We had until August to apply for that, so they gave us a 6-month window. Obviously, project timeframes mean we'd like to secure that funding earlier. So we have just completed that application and submitted that paperwork, and now we're awaiting the outcome of that. So whilst it's committed to and it's been publicly announced, there was still a process administratively that we needed to go through.
Down the track post-election, absolutely. The other question I have, so tonight we heard, well, obviously you've mentioned the need to actually relocate the club during the actual construction phase. Is the club paying commercial lease rates now?
I believe they are currently. We are in discussion about moving them towards a community lease arrangement, but we're also at the consultation on leases and the like. So yes, they're currently paying a commercial.
And so during the construction phase, will they continue to pay a commercial or community lease rate? Or will that be something that is left by the wayside?
Through the mayor, we haven't resolved that issue fully, but typically we wouldn't expect to be paying a full commercial lease for a building that's not available. We'd normally be subsidising or removing that.
Yeah, so essentially the club could also reallocate that funding to another commercial space during that period as well.
It's not a conversation I have with the club, but it is for discussion. Yeah.
Okay, so that'd be great if we could have that conversation.
Yes.
The only, I guess, yes, let me debate now. I guess my only concern is that this is $500,000 in addition to the funding that council has already committed to this project. In principle, basically means if they need it, we've got it and it's here. So members, in principle means that you will support this project up to an additional $500,000. And my only question is, you know, if this becomes a reality, where is this going to come from? You know, we're going to take out another $500 million in budget in borrowings, or are we going to stop another project? So I guess that's just the thought. I actually personally would have liked to have seen a report come to council first outlining a lot of, I guess, the background and the history of this project and council's commitment. Because basically what we are doing tonight is committing to an additional $500,000 to support this project. So it's just a note of caution. I don't disagree with the necessity, and certainly escalation costs around a whole range of projects is just a reality. But, you know, it is particularly post setting our rates and our annual business plan and our budget, it's a big chunk of money. So I don't know if I'm going to support it yet. I might have a listen to the rest of the debate.
Councillor June.
I just have some questions. I wondered how long it will be until council are firm on the prices.
Through the mayor, around about September, October. So we will finalise design documentation early August. We'll release that to an open tender process. Then we'll evaluate that tender process, and depending on the time it takes to finalise any negotiations, that's about the time frame around September, October.
Okay. And if that just followed its course, the report would come back to council if additional funds are required?
Yeah, through the mayor. So when we approved the LRCI round for funding, we identified a small amount of money that we didn't allocate to other projects that we kept as a contingency because prices have been highly volatile. And so we didn't allocate about $247,000 of that funding through that report, and said that it was available for meeting other needs that may arise through delivery of those projects, because they were very early concept stage. So typically with projects, as we work through the delivery, if there are small amounts that we are over and we need to address shortfalls, we have the capacity to do that through LRCI or other means. So we may have been able to address that through those sorts of means that have been forecast, reported to council, and be in line with what the intent was there. If we have a significant shortfall, the intent would absolutely be to report to council and seek direction.
Okay. If they're not for profit, why are they paying commercial rates?
Through the mayor, there was a previous resolution specifically about this group and the rates that they would pay, and the decision was made to make that commercial. That's been overturned in recent decisions, and they would be transitioning to a community rate. Okay.
This is a bit, out there, but have we considered one of our underutilised rec facilities? If a recourt's required to mitigate the costs of the commercial lease, we've got underutilised rec spaces. Well, I'm making my own assessment of that. Would that be considered, or is that just a bit far-fetched? Not the case, the reality.
If I could just clarify, you mean for during the build?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So we are looking at that actively at the moment. We've been looking particularly at Aldinga Leisure Centre because proximity. The challenge is that the gymnastics, such high utilisation of the space, and it is hard to share the space because of the equipment they use, mats and a whole bunch of other heavy infrastructure that gets moved into place. And we would lead to displacing other groups in doing so. And in displacing them, they then have to find alternative locations and venues. And so we've been weighing that up quite seriously at the moment. So it's one of the options we have been looking at. Yes.
Okay, great, because they might be easy to place potentially. Yeah. Okay. And my last question is, could any of the costs actually go into the 24-25 budget? If it's about the car park, for example, if that's, the greatest cost that potentially up for grabs, could that, rather than be in this budget that we've just passed, it's not very disciplined to potentially, put more money out there, could it actually be in a future budget? Or is it a whole package?
So through the mayor, we would need to commit and enter a contract. We would need the available budget to be able to meet the costs associated with that contract. So if we had a significant shortfall, then we probably couldn't do that. There may be a way that some work could be removed from that contract and delivered as a subsequent stage, something like a car park. So there may be ways we could do that. I'm just thinking through, because there's a DA requirement to provide things like car park or compliant facilities and the like. So we'd have to look pretty seriously at the timing of which we could deliver those facilities to then understand, will it prevent the opening of the facility, because then we then commence work on a car park. So it's not preferable, but there may be some way of creatively doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Pritchard.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm not really sure where to start with this, because asking for an additional $500,000.
So debate or question?
Question first, I think. I guess, Matt, if we don't approve this in principle amount today, what does that look like for the project in terms of the commitments you can make? Obviously, going forward, you've just said that you need to make commitments. Does that entail a complete redesign, or does it just mean we delay, or we go to detailed design and get a different update or a different estimate?
Through the mayor, so the intent now is that we finalise our detailed design, we proceed to tender, and then we have a builder price to make some decisions in regard to. If that's on budget, we can proceed. If there are budget pressures, we have the option of either going back and looking at cost reduction options with the builder and with our architects, or bring a report to council and seek the additional funding required. So it was probable that if we were over, we would have been bringing a report to council in October.
I think, yeah, thanks.
Debate?
Debate, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a real challenge to, we've spent, I'm not sure how long, a couple of hours trying to talk about $55,000 with regards to all of the other sporting clubs, and we've got a request in here with not a lot of detail behind it for up to $500,000. I spoke to Emma on the phone. It was a good conversation on Friday, I think it was. great deputation today. Sounds like a fantastic club. You know, obviously the rec centre needs the upgrade. It's just really hard to know how to hand over an additional $500,000, given the budget pressures at this time, whilst we are still working, and then I'm just not sure whether that's the best way of managing the cost estimates going forward, or do we wait till the October meeting when we've got some more solid costs? I know that, you know, the club is working with us, which is fantastic, and I applaud taking things like the kitchen fit out and things like that, and trying to do it more as a community-based activity to reduce the costs is you know, demonstrates what is trying to be done. I'm just not sure where we find an additional $500,000 at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Yeomans.
Yeah, just sort of supporting Councillor Pritchard there. I think my preference would be to have that report come to us in October if the money is required, with that request with more details around it, and then we can start up and think, you know, strategically where the money is going to come from, what we need to put off, and we're going to actually get that advice within that report. So, yeah, I'm sort of supporting what Councillor Pritchard was saying in that regard. Yep.
Thank you. No further speakers. Councillor Themeliotis, do you wish to close?
Has council staff looked at any options for the club to stay for the time being while the renovation is happening? So has council staff pinpointed anything, any facility that could be utilised?
We haven't landed on a solution to it. We've been exploring the Noarlunga Leisure Centre, but we understand, talking with Emma, that she's also been exploring other options. So it's an ongoing conversation. And currently we're 335K over budget. Based on the concepts. And we have a contingency amount of 200 and something. Okay. You mentioned there was a contingency. You said I want to say 240, 24, something contingency amount. Yeah, so through the mayor. So the $335,000 overspend. So the estimate to build the building includes a contingency in that figure. I don't have that to hand. What I was referring to earlier was that when we the LRCI money, we identified in that we had a number of quite substantial projects that we needed to deliver, and the volatility in the market meant that we left about $247,000 unallocated that can be used to meet shortfalls should price volatility continue. So potentially out of that 335, the 247 could be used towards that 335. Potentially, it's one of 4 or 5 projects that are being delivered through that program. Okay, so maybe a portion of that. It may be part of that report that's been requested on a way to meet. All right, I will just debate briefly, because it's not even looking like 500,000. It's going to look like a lot less. But I just want to mention a couple of things. So the club are right now looking at a commercial lease, and they need to sign that now to secure that and start moving over mass amounts of gym equipment. It's not just a little mini tramp. If you've been to Hub Gymnastics, there is a big, there's a lot of equipment that needs to be moved over, as well as 800 gymnasts from across our council area and 40 staff. So it's not very easy. So right now they're ready. They're looking at a facility this week, at the end of the week, and they're ready to sign the dotted line to secure that place to move over, so then work can start happening. Now, if they don't sign that dotted line and they miss out on that, then guess what the problem for us is? The problem is finding a place for 800 people that is suitable. So that's why the decision needs to be made now. We actually can't wait till October, because this place that is suitable, that meets the needs that they are touring or visiting, is this Friday. And they need to be able to have confidence in this chamber to hit the go button. So right now there's 335K overspend, and the club has been really open in saying that we will continue to work with council to find savings. And they've already taken on 280K of some of the costs to alleviate some of that pressure. I just want to say that the cost increases are at no fault to the club, because the club have been pushing every single day. I feel like
I'm constantly getting calls, messages, emails from Emma harassing the crap out of me to have things push along, because she knows the longer and longer we wait and the longer and longer we let time go on, these costs are continuing to go up and up and up. So I don't really want to punish a club who have won. They're the ones who did all the work to bring the 4 million, to bring it into the chamber. I don't think I can name any other club in our city that has ever come into our chamber with $4 million that they worked for themselves, to then come and get a small portion, a 1.5 million from council. And I say small portion in comparison to the 4 million that they brought to the table. A lot of the times there's other clubs, maybe football clubs, that get a lot of money thrown at them. But this club had to fight and do that work and brought it into the chamber. So I'm going to ask elected members to support this going forward. We know what the overspend is looking like. We know what the contingency amount is. We know we have a club that's very open to finding savings. And we also know that they really need to sign that commercial premises at the end of the week, or we're going to have a way bigger problem in October. And that could mean loss of athletes, loss of staff, folding of a club. And we can't have that. So I hope that council elected members would support this going forward, and we'll get a very positive report in October.
Thank you. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Your hand up, Councillor Wilkes. You calling for a division? Don't I get a vote?
Hang on.
Yes. So I'm voting the motion against. Okay, so the motion for, standing up if you're for the motion. Councillor Fisher, Stafford, Eaton, Willett, Platten, Themeliotis. Right, and against? Wilkes, Pritchard, Yeomans, Greaves, Jew, Bell. And my casting vote against. So the motion is defeated, lost. Okay, 11.2, Councillor Themeliotis.
I'm going to move the motion and removing point 1 because that's the point 1, and I'll just go straight to a report. I'm only going to speak very, very briefly just to say that we've heard multiple times that our targets aren't really good enough, that we can do better. So I hope elected members would be happy with a report coming back that outlines some opportunities where we could look at potential targets. 800,000 trees is huge. The planting of that is huge. The manpower of that is huge. The cost of that is huge. The land, do we have it? I don't know, probably not. But let's look into that. Let's get that report and get that information. So I hope elected members would be able to support a report coming back, looking at options.
Councillor Eaton, you seconding?
Yes, I'll second that, and I'm supportive of that. I was actually going to put up a similar motion, but not set a target. Clearly, 800,000 is a significant amount. It's going to take up a whole lot of land. One thing I think we also need to look at is that we really do need to consider deciduous trees in some urban areas. Part the eucalypts, and I live in a high bushfire area, and I know the risks of bushfire and big limbs coming down. So certainly in some of those very compact areas we've got, we may be far better to actually put deciduous trees, because a lot of those areas are away from creek streams and things like that. So it's something that we probably need to consider. It's lovely to actually go and visit certain parts of Edwardstown that my wife grew up in, that they have deciduous trees. So in the middle of summer, you've got lots of lovely shade. And when you go in the area on a cold winter's day, you've got the sun coming through.
Councillor Wilkes, question or debate?
I will debate, please.
Your time starts now.
This is not really relevant, but I just want to say anyway, okay. No, I loved point 1. I thought that was great. I'm upset that you've removed it, because I think the more trees, the better. And we would have explored that option in the report. So I suppose it's going to be covered in there anyway. Matt, your deputation was awesome.
trees are so important. They're gonna, those figures from the Sydney Council and the Melbourne Council to see their targets is definitely something to aspire to. And then when you talk about how South Australia is so far behind the 8 ball, again, that's saddening. So I just wanted to say that I definitely support this, and I'm sad to see point 1 go.
Councillor Platten.
Just moving to debate.
Thank you.
I also support this. I was worried, and I had a whole set of figures ready to go about the 800,000 trees in 15 years, which I thought were very exciting, but that's off the table. The report is very important. It will show us a direction to go. It'll hopefully show us how much it's going to cost, what we're going to commit ourselves to. Matt, I thank you for your advocacy, for talking to me and trying to guide us into a position to hopefully save lives. So thank you.
Councillor June, question or debate?
Just 2 questions. I wondered, I understand this is about advocacy, but Matt provided a really great example of, an ideal world where we would have sort of 3 houses and then some vegetation and trees and another house kind of thing. Wondered if we have the ability to actually influence developers in that way.
Through the Mayor, that what we have been doing through Renee's team has been advocating for a lot of changes through our planning code, and that's our opportunity to start advocating for that. And we've been strongly advocating. We have very poor tree protection legislation in South Australia, and that's something that we have given a presentation to the Environment Committee in Parliament that is chaired by Jane Stinson. So it's something we have advocated on consistently, and so that continues to be. So I mean, I think the deputation and Matt Farrell gave pretty good overview of all the moving parts that need to happen to actually increase canopy target, and cooling is not just canopy either. It's understory, it's irrigated grass, it's a whole raft of things. I just would like to point out that this reviewing of our targets is already an action in our climate change response plan. And I think with regard to the City of Melbourne target, that took them quite some time, like a number of years, to actually do the work to actually figure out exactly where they're planting species, land, all of those types of things. It's not something that can quickly be undertaken in a comprehensive manner. So yeah.
And I wondered, it's probably like what I would like to see as well in this, maybe for consideration, but is around like best practice approaches to this. So looking beyond just this idea of just a really simplistic, we've got to plant 800,000 trees, but some really innovative, interesting ways to actually do that.
So is that a question?
Well, yeah, let's just turn it into a question. Can that be potentially explored, or would that be the intention of a report like that?
Through the Mayor, the intention with the action in the climate change response plan was certainly to start from an evidence base. So that's to really understand where we're at currently, how the current targets are going, what other councils might be doing and how they got there, what land we have available, all of those sort of things before we set a number or even a percentage, because I guess the success of our policy work in this area so far has been to build that evidence first before setting a target in there.
Thank you.
Councillor Greaves.
I would very, very happy to support this motion. I too am not keen to set massive targets without having some evidence to back them. And I think along with the work we're already doing around our climate change response and our development team, this will certainly provide a bit of that evidence about what we actually can realistically achieve, even if we push the boundaries. I do want to make the point, however, in response to some of the commentary in Matt's presentation, and thank you very much for your passion, but 15% is a 20% growth from 12.5%. So that was spot on.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher. Question, debate.
I could debate if I wanted to, but I don't. Matt's gone up again too on the figures. So can we please sort that out?
So is there a question?
Yeah, there was no, this is debate.
Oh, okay, go.
From the last thing. Thanks, Matt, again for the presentation. The notional figure of 800,000, I think we all agreed is a something we should strive for, but if you actually quantify it, it would take one person 15 to plant 15 trees every day for the next 15 years. And what was the figures again? I can't remember.
And we'll have them on hand.
The difference between growing a tree can be as simple as putting a seedling in the ground to just planting a tree in the ground. But then if you talk about watering it, then it changes from 30 minutes to an hour, those sort of things. So they're the sort of things I'd like to see in that report coming back to chamber about the cost. But certainly we need more trees. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. I have no further people up here wishing to speak, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Motion is carried. I know that we're past 10:30, so if we are going to continue, we've got a few items left here. We will need a motion from the floor to continue. Do we have that, councillor Eaton?
Yep.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Platten?
Yes.
Any further debate, questions? All those in favour? The motion is against. The motion is carried. Next item is from councillor Jew, the workshop for the economic development and tourism. Councillor Jew, are you moving this motion?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Across the city of Onkaparinga, our gross domestic product was 6.25 billion with a growth of 4% from the previous year. An opportunity exists for council to strategically enable greater economic and tourism opportunities. An economic development and tourism plan could help to diversify the economy, support with job creation, improve the quality of life for residents and greater economic growth. I would appreciate a greater understanding of the current state and landscape. There's obviously been great progress and investment by the city over the years. I'm really interested in hearing about the impact this has had, how businesses seek to be supported and the opportunities that are potentially yet to be identified. I think by us having a foundational understanding as a chamber, it will assist in developing the development of the long-term financial plan and community plan, as well as other strategic pieces over time. Therefore, I seek your support in supporting this motion for a workshop that I think would be of great benefit.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, I'll certainly support it. The point that I do want to raise though is we do have the Economic Development Forum. And in the last term, I actually used to get along to their meetings. We haven't had one for well over 12 months now. And they really are the group that look across the whole of council, although it was very south-centric, dropped off from Lonsdale, I think, and south. But it is important across the whole of council area. So I'd certainly like to see that. But I think it's important that you all get a good understanding of economic development across our area. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that group's been in a bit of a hiatus, so no doubt it will be captured through this. You're seconding the motion. Can we just indicate that? Any questions? All those in favour? All those against? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Jew, the Women's World Cup. Councillor Jew.
I'm moving it and I'd like to quickly say a few things. So this Thursday kicks off the Women's World Cup. Australia and New Zealand are hosting it and the Matildas will be playing Ireland for those that are interested. The Matildas are one of Australia's most successful teams. Sam Kerr has won Best International Soccer Player 3 times, the Golden Boot and Young Australian of the Year. The World Cup is not all about Sam Kerr. This presents as an opportunity to bring people together, to celebrate and get behind the Matildas and to make visible women's participation. I've had many conversations with Deb Huxford over the years, Secretary of the Mulunga District's Junior Soccer Association, an incredible volunteer and side note, a graduate of Leadership on Kapringa. Deb informs me that the association has approximately 300 girls participating. Football SA data suggests that there has been 6% increase in the number of girls playing soccer. Scaling this up again, the Sport Australia's Ausplay survey data shows that in South Australia, female participation in all sport and physical activity has increased from 74% in 2001 to 86% in 2022. I'm assuming that's probably 2021. Anyway, the principles underlying the City of Uncompringa Sport and Active Recreation Strategic Plan is about equity, inclusion and collaboration. This motion supports the Noarlunga District Junior Soccer Association and other local clubs to host a joint watch party, televising the grand final so the Matildas make it through, as well as promoting on our social media throughout the World Cup girls and women's participation in soccer.
Thank you. Councillor Bell, are you seconding or you have a question?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilkes, did you wish to speak? Question or debate?
I think this is such a great idea, so I'm not debating it.
No.
So it's a debate.
A question or debate?
Okay, I want to debate.
Debate, thank you.
Okay. So I think what I was trying to explore there was, and I've spoken to Lana, is because the grand final is, you know, the pinnacle, but then the semi-finals and there's lots of different other avenues. And if it's just council promoting that event, you know, and the different ways that they do promote, I know they get behind it in lots of different avenues. I think if, you know, if they're in the semi-final as well and in the prelims, then that build-up would be beneficial as well. So obviously I didn't move anything, but I just want to say that I think this is really great. I can't wait to go to the games. We've already booked tickets, and thank you, Councillor Dew, for bringing this forward.
Councillor Pritchard, question or debate?
Very, very quick debate. I coach under 12 soccer at McLaren Districts, which is part of Noarlunga Junior District Soccer Club or association. I have 8 female girls in, 8 females and 6 males in my team. Getting right, sorry. So the girls outnumber the boys in our soccer team, which is fantastic. I have also just had an email through from Noarlunga. They have started their watch parties. So the Christie's Beach Surf Lifesaving Club is where they will be this Thursday and the following Thursday to watch the Matildas games.
Thank you. Councillor Dew, do you wish to close debate?
All I'm going to do is reassure Councillor Wilkes and others that maybe they're thinking, you know, why don't we extend this? It's just the complexity of the draw. So once you get to quarters and semis, it turns into 4 games, and the difficulty and the challenge of promoting those different games is a challenge. So that's why we kept it to the grand final in this instance.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Did everyone vote? Thank you, and I'm not sure that Sam Kerr isn't the only on the team. Okay, here we have Councillor Yeomans. Are you moving this motion? Councillor Yeomans, go ahead.
Yeah, just initially, just maybe quick, just a conflict of interest. I'm one of the 4,500 CWMS customers in the council. Just declaring a general conflict. I intend to stay at the meeting, debate and vote on the matter.
Thank you.
Understand the report will be presented to council in August that relates to the outcomes of the community reference group or the 3rd round of community consultation on this issue. I also understand there will be a subsequent report presented to council perhaps in September outlining further details regarding the council's water assets, and that may be at the time when council would debate the pros and cons of divesting or retaining the water assets. The purpose of this motion is just to seek your support for these points to be addressed within the future reports presented to the council on this topic. I can talk to all of them, but given the time, I'll leave that for closing if I need to.
Thank you. Do we have a second to Councillor Dew?
I'd like to second the motion.
Do you wish to speak or ask a question?
Only that I'm interested in this process being as transparent as possible. And I've been a little bit challenged by the consultation process, particularly because I feel that young people haven't been represented within this process. And I feel that we have mechanisms like the Uncompringa Youth Committee to actually engage with young people. And I wasn't really satisfied with some of the response I received in relation to that. So I think by us being involved in the iteration of and the development of this is a really good thing. So I support the motion.
Thank you. See no further questions. Councillor Yeomans, do you wish to close the debate? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? So councillor Fisher, are you in favour? His vote, we can only vote when, all those against? Thank you very much. Urgent business. Thank you, councillor Fisher.
Can I ask councillors Wilkes, Graves and Platten to go to the ante room? You might not get through that. Can I ask the mayor to stand, and can I ask the acting CEO to stand as well, please? Could you please both come forward just into the middle of the gallery? Julia, on behalf of the chamber, I want to thank you for your guidance and mentorship that you've shown us. On behalf of, I can't speak on behalf of the council staff. However, I know that you've been acting in the role of CEO since April last year, and certainly you have amazed us with your work ethic and everything else. And we've just got a couple of things we want to present to you through the mayor as tokens of our friendship. Thank you.
We know that we have been in really safe hands, and for so many of us, it's our first opportunity to be in local government, and you have been a great support to all of us, and you have led us through that process, and we want to acknowledge that because it stands alone as a fantastic piece of work. And your leadership is really important, and we've really valued it. So thank you. And we didn't want to do it in a invisible way. We want you to know that this wants to be on the public record, because this is the contribution that we want to acknowledge in the public domain. So thank you.
And you can have a public recording of the crime. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, appreciate everyone.
And I'd just like to thank Councillor Fisher for taking on that deputy challenge so effectively, and to all of you for all your support. We do have one confidential item. And so I will be asking people to leave the gallery so that we can move into that process. And I'll be asking, do I have a mover for the exclusion of the public? Councillor Themeliotis.
Yes.
Councillor Bell to second. Thank you very much. All those in favour? Thank you. Approved. Carried. And now we are going to move into this item, which is 14.1. And this is, 14.2. Is that correct? One. So we do have a short update from, who is it? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. Yep. Through now, there is some questions, and in your yellow folder. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So do I have a mover? Councillor Themeliotis.
Moved as written.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eaton.
As written.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Wilkes.
Sorry, everyone. So just with the lease, the 42 years, they've only I wanted to know why we've kind of offered 42, because I know we offer extended leases, and then they've only requested a 5 and 5 lease. So
yeah, we can answer that question. Thank you.
Through the mayor, we went out for an EOI for a 42-year lease, dependent on the amount that they're going to be investing into the property. So that's why we've come with this report today. They have asked for a 5+5, but we haven't started negotiating with them yet. So that's why we went with the 42, up to 42.
Thank you. Councillor Pritchard. Question. Oh, sorry.
One more.
Sorry, I didn't realise. Councillor Wilkes, apologies.
Okay, no. It says up to, that's right.
Councillor Pritchard.
I just wanted to ask a question whether we've had any further conversations with the preferred candidate other than their submission. So
not since their submission.
Through the chair.
And so do we have an understanding of the work that they're proposing to do to the building as part of their lease?
Through the chair, we do have, within the report, he did outlay some of what he proposed, but we need to start negotiating with him now in regards to the works and his investment.
There being no further questions, no further debate, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? The motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience and getting through this evening. We now need to move out of confidence. So do I have someone? Councillor Wilkes, Councillor Stafford, thank you. All those in favour? Carried. And I think we can close the meeting. Thank you, everyone.
You closed?
I think I've just closed the meeting, Councillor, sorry.